Hey, welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. Back with a Legacy Challenge, which is very cool. This is the first Legacy Challenge I've taken part in. I am taking Green White Black Maverick into it, which should be pretty fun. I did do a deck tech, which I will link in the video description if you're on YouTube, and I'll have on my YouTube channel. Just going over my card choices, just because I didn't want to do it before the challenge. I sort of put all the energy into the challenge and hopefully come out okay. But this should be pretty fun. Obviously in Australia it's a little bit difficult for challenges because they are so late, but thankfully the Saturday one is a little bit friendly. It starts at 9 PM for us, whereas the Sunday challenges are usually on, I think, 1 AM Monday morning, which is pretty tough. But hey Jig, welcome. Yeah, thanks for the channel points. Pretty good night for us to stay up and hopefully come out with some wins. We'll see how this goes. I think it starts in a few minutes. I actually thought it was on at 10 PM, so thankfully the 9 PM is actually quite nice. Nice. Hopefully the sound and the music isn't too loud and you can hear me. I did test it before, so 2 minutes. Some pretty well-known players in here. True Hero, a player that we raid a lot, usually plays Blue-Black Shadow. Aussie Man is Matthew Vuk, plays a lot of mid-range, but I believe has been playing some amount of blue mid-range, which is cool to see. Mental Misstep, JPA. Definitely don't want to be playing against JPA. Most likely on Blue-Red Sneak. Aaron Relentless, a challenge winner recently. Reaped Sheep. How many players? It looks like there's 70 currently, with a minute left. So pretty low. I'm not sure how big the challenges usually are, if you have any indication, Jack. I know that the Sundays are usually bigger than the Saturdays. I'm not sure if that's just because it lines up better for those in the US. Yeah, definitely nice, especially in these trying times. It's really nice to get an event with more than more. Saturday is usually 50 to 60, 50 to 70. Okay. And Sunday is 100 plus. Yeah, cool. Very nice. Oof. I'm not nervous. You guys are nervous. It's like 4 AM in the US. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. 76. Might get to 80 players. That'd be kind of cool. Can quickly change to in-game. And off we go. Alright. Up against Cephalid. Not the greatest hand. Looks like we're up against Hogaak. I'm definitely mulliganing this. This one's not the worst. I'm gonna keep it, and I think I just bottomed the Dried Arbor. If we are against Hogaak, the Dried Arbor is kind of nice because the Dried Arbor and Wasteland do interact with Bridge from below. I could see the second Noble getting taken. Good practice for the Eternal Weekend in Melbourne in a few months? Yeah, definitely. Would be very cool to make it down for that. I'm definitely keeping this 6. And I think I'm happy dropping the Noble Hierarch because my turn 1 play is going to be Hierarch into turn 2 Thalia, and then either Wasteland or hold up Caracas, or play the Dried Arbor. Bye. Alright, looks like we're playing against Hogaak. And there's one bridge and a Gravecrawler. Plague's pretty nice. Just going for Hierarch here. See if they have a Cabal Therapy. That'd be very good. Satyr Wayfinder. If I draw a Black Source next turn, I don't think I'm casting the Plague Engineer. I kind of want to name Zombie to turn off some amount of the creatures, but it looks like our Hogaak's just in hand. So thankfully we have the Caracas. We get to go Caracas for Hogaak and then cast the Thalia. Hey Jamie, welcome. I hope you're well. Swords, okay. Definitely some reasonable options here. I think I'm definitely playing the Caracas to return the Hogaak. And then most likely just playing the Thalia and holding the Swords to Plowshares. I could see a world where we deal with the Stitcher Supplier with the Swords to Plowshares and just play Thalia. And just take the 8 hit. My opponent has a Gravecrawler in the bin, so they can cast that next turn. Because they have that. But I guess, yeah, swordsing the Stitcher Supply being their only zombie also stops them from casting the Gravecrawler from the bin, which is interesting. I think I'm okay doing that. Swords the Stitcher Supplier. And then maybe even just return the Hogaak and not play the Thalia. I don't mind that. I'm just going to return the Hogaak now. I don't think there's any reason to do it at sorcery speed. Because we have the Hogaak covered in Caracas, I'm less likely to use the Swords to Plowshares on it, so I'm happy to try to turn off that that Stitcher Supplier from being sacrificed to a Cabal Therapy or an Altar. Okay. Green Suns. Green Sun's pretty nice here because I can go for Scavenging Ooze and eat the bridge. I think that's better than eating either creature, but eating the Bloodgust is also pretty relevant because it makes Skoos a 3/3. Hey Jimmy, it is seen in some green-black or bug builds, but it's yeah, I would say it's not always stock. Hey Rick, I think we're definitely green sunning for Ooze here. It's just a case of what do I want to eat, and I think it is the bridge. We can take a few hits anyway, and bridge is what I'm really afraid of because that's their like go wide strategy. I could also eat the Bloodgust, but it's actually pretty interesting because if I don't eat the bridge and they go for a Cabal Therapy, they can pull apart my hand, which is pretty much my current answer to it. So I think I do just want to deal with the bridge. The other issue being that with Hogaak in hand, I know that they can exile their graveyard to cast it. So I currently don't have a way to actually feed the Ooze to make it bigger than a 2/2. But I do have, you know, Dryad Arbor, which I can Wasteland, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I think going after the bridge there is just... I definitely lose to the go wide strategy of zombies, and any way that I can turn that off, I'm more than happy to. Definitely no blocks here. I did have the Dryad Arbor as well to deal with the bridge, so there's somewhat an answer to it the following turn, but... Hey Boyd, welcome. I hope you're both well. No blocks here. What's the plan tonight? We are playing the Legacy Challenge, which I believe is... I believe it's 6 rounds cut to top 8. Second Hogaak's pretty nice. Can we find a black source? We can't. Beers, boys, and burgers all here. I'm definitely playing the Dryad Arbor. And then I think I'll just eat the Stitcher Supplier here, so they can't exile it in their turn with Hogaak. And then I can either tap out off green, or I can hold up Wasteland for Dryad Arbor. I think here I'm probably more happy just playing out the Thalia, especially as another blocker. It doesn't really give my opponent any great outs here. So opponent with 4 cards, but we know about Hogaak. Vengevine's pretty nice for my opponent. I think I'm happy just to drop with the block with the Dryad Arbor, then eat it, making the screws a 4/4. The Dryad Arbor isn't really doing much else here because the ooze already covers bridge from below. So just to save some face. Hey Bob's man, welcome. I could double block, but pretty happy with this. Interesting. I'll eat the Dryad Arbor. I'll untap. Hey, thanks Elo. Hope you're well. Swords. Okay. Not the worst. Pretty happy just to pass back here. There probably is a reason to double block last turn with the Thalia, but for now I'm okay with where we are. There's also down the line the thought of attacking with Thalia and then cracking it to our hand to then replay it as a blocker. But I do want to keep up green mana for one more turn at least. Another Vengevine. Okay. Interesting that they're blocking like this. So what I could do is Wasteland the fetch land first and then make blocks, which is pretty interesting. Wasteland isn't doing too much anyway, so I think I like this play. And then make sure I'm stopping in their damage. Gonna block like this. First strike will occur. And then I'm just gonna eat this now. Hey D5, welcome. And then go down to 11. Eat this one. I could have actually blocked Vengevine there with the Scavenging Ooze be a 5/5 because of first strike. I should have thought about this a little bit more. That's just a rush, unfortunately. So I apologize for that. But yeah, looking back, I should have blocked the 4/4 Scoos here. First strike kills a Bloodghast, and then before normal damage, I can eat to make the Scavenging Ooze a 5/5. But I will make use of my mana here, and Swords 1 Vengevine. Okay, they're just going to concede. Tough spot for my opponent. This is an interesting one. So the 4 ley lines are definite, and this is actually a matchup where I do like the Zealous Persecution. I think that's going to be it. There's some consensus for the Collector Oof because it does stop Altar of the Altar of Dementia, but because I'm bringing in the ley lines, I don't think I have to attack that axis of the deck. So pretty happy to drop out the Gaddock Teeg. Yeah, Opposition Agent is pretty spicy. I did a deck tech before this that I will put up on YouTube tonight, so if you want to find it, you can find it there, where I do discuss Opposition Agent and Opposition Agent versus even Mind Center and stuff like that. But yeah, I do like Zealous. I think that obviously Third Plague Engineer is also really nice because you do get the body with the effect, but the combat damage tricks, and then against decks like D&T where they have, you know, Spirit of the Labyrinth, Mother of Runes, Flicker Wisp, Elves have Wirewood, Dryad, Elves. There's a few ones where it's there. I'm pretty happy to go down on 1 library. Track is interesting, but not really where I want to be. I do like the Thalias, mainly because of bridges, but again, because of the ley lines, I'm not too sure if I want them. I think I'm probably happy to trim on Thalia. Something like this. Track is also interesting because if I am bringing in the ley lines, the games can get pretty grindy. Hey Star Fox, welcome. Yeah, TNN is also a pretty big thing. And even like on the draw against the tests, like early empty, it's really nice to have a turn 2 play in Zealous. Yeah, Boyd. Dreadhorde Arcanist, Astrolabe, and Oko. I think it's these. It might even be the extra library. Something like this. Just have a quick look. Questing Beast is fantastic at being aggressive. Plague Engineers are fantastic. Ramanap's actually... Yeah, I think Ramanap's okay. Especially getting back like a Karakas if they have Assassin's Trophy. Hexdrink is a card that's interesting, but it is pretty good as a 4/4. I think actually, Kai is also really nice. Especially if the ley lines aren't there. If I have a really good hand that doesn't have ley line, then Kaya is also extra graveyard hate, so... I think it might just be out Thalias and 1 library, so that if I do keep a hand without ley line, I can dig for things like Kaya and the Green Suns and Scavenging Ooze. But I should really think about it. So this is actually one of those hands where it doesn't have a ley line, but it does have a Kaya, which is really interesting. It also has Green Suns for Scavenging Ooze, and Scrib Ranger with Noble Hierarch, which means that mana isn't going to be an issue. This is a tough one because it's a pretty good hand. It has a lot of interaction. It's just a case of, is mulliganing to Leyline that much better? Hey Manu, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. You know what? It is a challenge, but at the same time, I think I'd rather go with some hands that maybe aren't what people would first think of when you think of a match 2 where you have Leyline in the deck. I'm going to keep this. We also have the ability to cast a Leyline pretty early as well, which is kind of nice. What does turn 2 Zenith gets Scavenging Ooze into play, which is kind of nice. Another Wasteland. I just like buy you into Noble Hierarch here and just try to get this Kaya online as early as possible. Bayou and Scrubland also give me double black for Leyline, which is nice. I actually don't want a 5 either. I want to act like maybe I'm on surgical. Altar. Okay. Altar's pretty good. See if they want to sack the Bloodghast here or not. But having Kaya is really nice. Because we do get to get rid of the bridge. They're going to sack it. Okay. See what they hit. Vengevine Force. Okay. So we get to hit... I probably just want to go for... Scrubland. Okay. That's actually pretty nice, because now we can leave the Windswept Heath to fetch Dried Arbor in case I do need to Wasteland it. I think the definite target is Bridge. And then I think it's Bloodghast. But Vengevine's going to be tough to beat as well. Especially if they can get it out next turn. I could also take out the zombie, but I think getting rid of the bridges is more important here. Yeah, I think because Vine kills Kaya, that's the correct play. So we'll Vengevine and Bridge. So this is okay. Yeah, the fact Kaya hits 2 targets is pretty nice. Cabal Therapy. That's gonna do a lot of work here. So Cabal Therapy is a great reason why I should have played Wasteland last turn instead of the Scrubland. So that next turn I could untap, play Windswept Heath, and have open Dried Arbor in case my opponent does go for Altar here and hit bridges that I can't hit with Kaya. Because then I could untap, play the fetch land, fetch Dried Arbor, fetch, Wasteland it, trigger the bridges, and then go after something else with the Kaya. Script Range is also pretty nice because if I fetch out Dried Arbor, I can block and then return it as a forest to Script Ranger, which is nice. So it kind of gives me one blocker forever. And as it's an on-land, Dried Arbor can't be taken with Cabal Therapy, which is really nice. I'm just going to 6 here. They know my hand, so... I think my best draw is just Leyline. It could also just be Natural Ooze. Especially with the Script Ranger in the bin, it means that Ooze can become a 3-3, which is relevant against the board. They're going to fetch now. Another C. Okay. Tracker. Tracker's pretty interesting. We'll exile these two. Play Tracker. Play Heath, trigger. And then pass back. So a little bit open here for sure. I probably just want to get Dried Arbor so that we have some instant speed against Bridge. Hey Ian R, welcome. Very cool to see you in chat. Congratulations on your top 8 last Highlander event. Very cool to see. Vengevine. Okay, this is fine. I guess they will all attack surely all attack Kaya, but we'll see, because we can maybe make a block with Dried Arbor that is unfavorable to our opponent. So there's really no block here that we can make that's great, so we will just let this slide. Unfortunately. We'll get Dried Arbor here. And now we hope. Philip Coombe! A huge thank you for the sub, man. I hope you're doing well overseas. I hope you enjoyed your birthday. For those of you who are unaware, Phil and I have the same birthday, which is very cool. Abrupt Decay! Abrupt Decay here on Altar is really nice. And I think that's what I want to do here. Literally all the boys. Hell yeah. Okay, how do we want to play this out? We have access to enough mana to make the tiles tracker pretty big, so that's nice. Probably want to decay first to see what they have. Because if they sack like the Bloodghast and hit a bridge, then at least we have the Wasteland Dried Arbor open. They do nothing. Okay. I wonder if we can race here. Probably not. Pretty happy just to pass back here. It is not my birthday today, dear binder. Yeah, Ina, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one that I just did not see. And that is why you are here to help. The play of Dried Arbor block Bloodghast, Tireless Tracker block Vengevine, untap and exile both with Kaya. That is pretty nice, especially seeing we already have the clue of the Dried Arbor, of the tracker, or 2 clues, then it kind of replaces itself anyway, so. Haha, Barizel, thank you very much. It was on March 13th, but thank you anyway. Or was it? Feeling like we're in a pretty good position. Especially if we can untap and take our opponent off double waste. Or double green, sorry. I'll be pretty happy with that. Happy to let this through. It is some iced coffee. I'm going to... So I could draw into swords. That's definitely an out here just to get rid of it, but... I'm going to let this slide. Hey JBC, welcome. 3 cards left for my opponent. Alright. Let's crack a clue. Looks like they have Assassin's Trophy, perhaps? Or Force of Vigor on these two. They're going to Force of Vigor the clues. That's more than fine. Ha! Can we draw a ley line? No. Crack a clue. Night of Autumn. Okay, that's a 4/3. Interesting. I'm going to take my opponent off the bayous here. Hey JBC, thanks for the sub again. That's really nice. A huge thank you. I hope you're well. And just a pass back. I'm hitting the bayous over the underground seas because things like Assassin's Trophy or Abrupt Decay are definitely relevant. I don't have a great target for the Abrupt Decay yet. I don't really want to Abrupt Decay the Bloodghast, but I'll take this, and then one more turn we get to use the Canopy to make the Tiles Tracker a bigger creature, which is nice. Crab is definitely a hit. So hopefully no fetch land for my opponent. Oh, this actually looks like a Hogaak. Yikes. Okay, that's a big boy. I definitely want to get rid of the crab here. I was scared of Assassin's Trophy. That was a big one. Knight. Okay, Knight's actually pretty good. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a lot of a lot of plays here. Knight can go and fetch Caracas, which is nice. We are not playing BUG. But we are taking this hit. Hey Barizzle, I do run the Green Sun Zenith, that is correct. I think here I'm happy to draw a card with the Canopy rather than use it, just to keep my life total pretty high. Zealous. Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. Mum. Okay. I think here I'm happy just to get my life a little bit higher. So I can play Mum. And then play Knight, gain 4. Yeah, now we're looking pretty stable. And that isn't just a bit of wordplay, because there is a horse entering the field. We will gain 4 life. Now we have some pretty big creatures, which is awesome. Yeah, Zealous is definitely interesting. Plague Engineer is a pretty good card, but I wanted to see how it flies. There are a few decks that I do want to bring in Zealous Persecution against that do have multiple creature types. And that's going to be game. Pretty tough for my opponent. I mean, the Knight online to get Caracas for the Hogaak. We have 2 great big blockers for Vengevine and other creatures, so pretty nice. Hey Julian, welcome. If anyone in chat wants to see a really good game of Magic between Julian and I think it's Javier Dominguez on Green-White Maverick versus Hogaak, definitely check out the 2019 Legacy Super. Oof. I'm going to butcher the name, so I'm quickly going to look it up. Yeah, I believe you finished it at like 6 a.m. Yeah, 6 a.m. There we go. Nice. It is part of the Legacy Premier League. There we go. Which you can find on YouTube at It's Julian. That was pretty interesting. I think it was 1 match. Or it was the one where you get to have 3 different matches and it was best of 2. Still have 30 minutes. This is the tough part about challenges. So I guess we can go to Q&A. But yeah, the deck will be pretty interesting. I wonder if we can see game history. What do you use to keep your skin looking so fine? I sometimes use a coffee scrub that my girlfriend got me, and it's pretty good. I really like it. The only issue is that it makes me really want coffee, especially at night. If I have a shower and use coffee scrub, it's tough to go to bed without going down and getting a cup of coffee or an ice latte or something. So this was a pretty interesting match. We can't play it because it's an active event. Okay, that makes sense. You've never had coffee in your life? Well, okay, Julian, here's one for you. I've definitely tried it, but I've never actually had a glass of wine in my life. Definitely a beer and spirits person, and I believe you're a fan of wine, especially during some podcasts. BUG Hogaak, pretty interesting match. When are you expecting to go to bed this morning? Let's quickly check. So a challenge is, I believe, round one. Round one. Seven rounds. Okay. So I'm going to say an hour a round. 50 minutes per round? Okay, yeah. So it's currently 9:30 p.m. So early morning for sure. Oh, in what meta are the different Maverick colors good and bad? That's a pretty good one. That's tough. I think in a heavy combo meta, it's nice to have the black for cards like Thoughtseize, but at the same time, in a heavy combo meta, something like Deafening Silence is pretty good, which can be run in all variants of Maverick, which is nice. If there's a lot of control, then perhaps the red version's pretty nice because you have Punishing Fire as recurable value for dealing with planeswalkers or creatures, and then the Pyroblasts can really give you a leg up in those sort of metagames. Delve is an interesting one. If I was going to play against Delver, and I knew it was going to be Delver for 8 rounds or 7 rounds of a challenge, I'd probably just play green-white. I think the green-white gives you enough of everything that Maverick has to offer without having to splash a color, which is nice. So you can go for your basics early on. You don't have to worry about getting wastelanded off a certain creature, a certain land type. Sorry, thanks, Boyd. So yeah, I think the best part about Maverick is that Green Suns allows a lot of flexibility in that you get to attack different metagames pretty easily by tweaking what you're running. So maybe if Delver was everywhere, I'd run, definitely Script Ranger, but maybe like a second Scavenging Ooze. If a lot of Graveyard decks were around, same thing. If there's a lot of Death and Taxes, I might trade out the Gaddock Teeg for Collector Oof. Yeah, really cool. A Sylvan Library creature in Modern Horizons 2 would be, pretty interesting. I guess the closest thing we have is Tireless Tracker, which is still pretty good. I guess it would be open to a lot more removal. I think one of the advantages of Sylvan Library is that although there's new cards like Teferi which can bounce it, there are a few decks that still have a pretty hard time beating it, which is nice. Elvish Visionary, there we go. Okay, that's actually a pretty good one. What are the agents for? The agents I just wanted to test out against opposing Stoneforge Mystic and Recruiter the Guards, Green Sun Zenith and Natural Orders. It is okay against Doomsday, but I wouldn't say that I'm sideboarding for Doomsday to beat that matchup because it's not a very favorable one. But even as a flash creature against some of the control decks, it's pretty good. I do like that. Yeah, it's just a nice card to hold up against some decks. And if I can hit a fetch land against like a Bant Miracles deck, I'd be pretty happy. Do I have a license for the Zealous Persecution on the board? Yeah, it's pretty old tech and Zealous, but it's such a good card. I still think one of the best matches on camera was decided by Zealous Persecution. which is Ben Weinstein on Rug Delver against Thomas Herzog on Green White Black Maverick in 2014 at SCG. Ben Weinstein, Tom Herzog. MTG. The challenge has started. That is correct. Here we go. If you guys want to see 10 minutes of great magic, that is your link in chat, because that is undoubtedly one of my favorite games caught on camera. Hey Nathan. Yeah, finally did it. There is a Twitch points system, and Jack was nice enough to send me 2 challenges. So I'm going to stream this one and a little bit more. I saw you're streaming today. I saw you're streaming Blue White Show and Tell, and I believe Black Red Reanimator. What is your opinion on lands? I think lands is a really good deck, especially right now. It won the challenge last weekend, which if you want some information about that, you can find it. Here. Yeah. It won through Thomas Metchen, a very good legacy player. And then you also have people like Ali, who is Albert Lindblom on Twitter, who does a lot of land stuff. Some really cool tech through Ali. I know that he played an Urborg version with something algae. I always forget the name of it, but I think it's whenever an opponent taps a swamp for mana, destroy it. But yeah, very cool to see. I think I'm a huge fan of red-green lands. There we go, spreading algae. Nice. So spreading algae says you enchant a swamp. So with Urborg in your deck, you can enchant any land. When enchanted land becomes tapped, destroy it. When spreading algae is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to a zone of hand. So a little bit like Rancor. So you can just start for 1 mana, sinkholing some lands, which is pretty sweet, because your opponent is going to have to tap them at some stage. But yeah, really cool tech, really spicy. I know there's a few different variants of lands. Red-green is probably the one that I'm most familiar with playing against. There's also some versions playing blue for Uro, and probably some other cards. But Uro is a pretty good reason to splash if you are going to splash. I've seen some white versions that run Swords to Plowshares, and I'm not sure what the other cards would be. I believe there was an enchantment in there. Spreading algae and Rishon and Port is a very good. Matt Sol with the best in quotation marks. Nice. Hey Roberts, welcome. Good afternoon to you as well. Good evening here, but good afternoon to you as well. The white version runs Skyclave. There we go. It was Skyclave. There we go. Yeah, Ina, a very good lands player, creator of the Legacy, or the 7-point Highlander lands deck that we have in the Australian 7-point Highlander format, which is very cool. Hey Dan, a huge welcome. I hope you're well. I hope the family is well. Yeah, the list is pretty interesting. I always like to break up my decks like this. We have the first column of fetchable sources. We then have our targets as utility. We then have our mana producers, the death and taxes kind of element to the deck, the Green Suns targets, the consistency, the removal, and then the sideboard. There's a lot of snakes here. With the flooding, there's been a bit of flooding down south. There's been a lot of creatures coming out that you don't want to see. A lot of spiders. I'm sure everyone here has seen it, but see if we can find a good one. images. Yeah, so this was taken the other day down south. So this is all that brown you see are spiders. Come on now, which is pretty scary. It's yeah, not a fantastic thing to run into, but you know they're just trying to get out. They're just trying to get out. Onion Lotus, I'm not kidding, unfortunately. And drop bears. Yeah, drop bears are a tough one. A lot of tourists think it's a joke. It's not a joke. Don't go anywhere near a drop bear. That thing will mess you up. Yeah, there is some nightmare fuel. And I'm not talking about a wasteland lock. I'm talking about spiders in your bed, snakes in your bed. A lot of stuff. But other than that, it's a pretty good place to be, especially during the pandemic. We got off very lucky compared to some of the more northern countries. Hey Dan, a huge thank you for the subscription. That means a lot. Neely is a Maverick god, someone who played a lot of Maverick before Oko. I think you took some time off during Oko, which is I can definitely understand why. But yeah, I hope you will. You read an article where they were rescuing people with a boot or a boat, and when they returned to the boat, it was full with venomous snakes trying to escape. Yeah, that definitely sounds 100% real. Yeah, there is a spider that bites you, and it kind of like a little bit like acid. It kind of just eats away around the bite, which is pretty scary. I don't want to show a photo, but it's not great. Whitetail? Oh, Damo in chat. The Buffalo crew is here. It could be the whitetail. Oh, I'm going to quickly search up whitetail bite. Yeah, it's the whitetail bite. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yum. Classic. Yeah, jellyfish are pretty deadly. The box jellyfish is a big one up north. I think at least in suburbia in Australia, I don't think there's too many bites that lead to serious situations. But if you're, out and about in the middle of nowhere, which you can easily be if you're, 3 to 4 hours out of most capital cities even, and you don't have anywhere around that can help medically, it can be pretty tough. Especially if you panic. That's the big thing. Yeah, moose are huge. I didn't realize how big moose were until I saw this video.
Look at this big fella here.
This one. Look how big it is. Look how big it is compared to that car. That is a huge moose. Look at that. That is crazy. I have never seen such a big creature before. I did not realize how big they were. Nuts. Very, very cool. What was your scariest encounter with a snake or spider? I got a good one. I was in my home office. And behind me were my windows, which are the window sill is kind of like imagine a V that's been pushed out, so it's like angles on the side and then goes to a straight. I didn't see it, but I turned around and I went to put up the blinds, and because it was nice and warm, a snake had actually put itself along the bottom of the window, just like a house snake, like a green snake. So it's not venomous, or I don't believe it bites, but just crazy to see one so close, and yeah, may have freaked out a little bit more than I would have liked to, but that was pretty nuts. What happened after you burned down your house? Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a good answer to that. But yeah, moose are huge. Hey, Reeple. How'd you go in round 1? I saw you were playing as well. And yeah, I thought it'd be cool to stream a challenge. I got some stream points donated to me to do a challenge. There's no such word as a house snake. Yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that. You lost a rug? That's fair. At least you can get it out of your system now and just go OX or XO until the end. Are you playing like a mono black curses deck, perhaps? That'd be kind of cool. So we have 1 match remaining, which is kind of nice. Curses? Nice. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I definitely don't like playing curses. We have a Knight of Autumn. And I guess Gaddock Teeg to some extent helps. But once they're in play, it can be pretty tough. Chalice and Leyline are really nice. And I assume you play Leyline main deck because of the Helm combo. I actually haven't looked at your list recently. I'm not sure if it's a Khan package list that then plays a tutorable Helm as well. We are on green, white, black with some interesting cards. But all in all, I thought that the black might be a little bit better against the Delver decks. I was expecting Delver in a challenge, so I thought that Abrupt Decay was pretty impressive. We did win round 1, thankfully. We got up against BUG Hogaak, which I would say Maverick is pretty favored against, unless they have a really good start with Cabal Therapy and Stitch of Supply. They're probably the 2 main cards that are really good. You're trying 0 main deck Helms, 2 Lily Last Hope. Ugh. Nice. Back to 2 main deck, 1 sideboard. Okay, cool. That's pretty sweet. So close. A Trillion Moves for the Sun is interesting. How do you define a win? What's the outcome of the fight between the Trillion Moose and the Sun for there to be a winner? Is it no moose left? You tried my Naya Highlander list at a weekly and went 0-3 and I'm back on blue things. That's fair. I went 3-2 at the last big event, which was a Good Games event. Going down to Slush Puppy and Red Green Ramp, which, Graham, I find a really hard time to beat on fair strategies. Which is pretty much a deck that ramps into either big planeswalkers like Nissa or cards like Primeval Titan and Inferno Titan. Really tough for Naya or like Junk to get through. 30k jig. Yeah, I did up it just because I'll do the next challenge in I think 2 weeks from now. Hey Epic, welcome. For those of you who do like 7-point Highlander content, definitely check out Epic. We are playing some Highlander on Tuesday evening, which should be pretty fun. I'm not sure what I'm playing yet, but it should be good. Jimbo is from Melbourne, so it'll be nice to have a bit of banter between Melbourne and Queensland for this event. But I think we're still working out how to do it. What we want to do. If it's like best of 5, first 3 games unsideboarded, or first 2 games unsideboarded, or break it up between different ones. Are we wagering a bot command on it? Well, now we are. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. We will work out bot commands, which is nice. Spirit Guide, Dark Ritual, Blood Moon, Leyline. Yep. Yeah, Reaper, that's a good way to put it. You're a Moon Stompy deck, but you have Graveyard Hate instead of Land Hate, and are a bit bigger and faster. Oh, we're coming up for round 2, which is nice. Let's go back to in-game. I'm just going to turn the air conditioning up a little bit. I'll be back in 1 second. Nice. There we go. What would be the most German animal? Yeah, eagle's a good one. This is an interesting hand. Pretty land heavy, but Wasteland's a spell and Canopy's a draw effect, which is pretty interesting. I don't think this is where I want to be, especially on the play. I want to have like a turn 1 Mother of Runes and just get some shenanigans going. I don't think this is good enough. Ugh. Pretty much the same. I don't really want to go to 5. And at least I can cast the Questing Beast if needed. I guess there's some thought to like Sylvan Library being pretty good in the 5 because it allows me to hopefully recoup my losses. I'm probably dropping a Windswept Heath, so says a 5 isn't the worst. May plays a lot of Eldrazi. Hand's not the worst against Eldrazi. Sometimes Chalice can be a bit of an issue if we do have Swords as our only removal spell. I think I'm happy to mulligan once more and get a hand that I can really do something with, which is this. Keep, bottom Dried Arbor, and Mother of Runes. And then just hope that Noble into Knight is good enough. Hey, you too, Julian. Best of luck. And everyone else in chat who is playing in the challenge. Snow-covered island. Okay, well, to be fair, the first hand of just Abrupt Decay Thalia wasn't the greatest against this. They chose to not shuffle. Tireless Tracker. I'm still going to go with the Knight because the next turn we can play Tracker and then use Knight to get some stuff going. Daze is pretty good. Island Daze. Perhaps Blue-Red Delver? So this is interesting. I could play around another Daze, and I think I'm happy to, just because Tracker is my only threat here, and at least I still do get some amount of play off it, with the land being a fetch land, so I think this is okay. Do I have predications? Ooh, what are predications? Icewind Quaddle. Okay, this could be blue-green Omni. Hey, Legacy Challenge, welcome. I believe there was around 70, maybe just below it. Are predictions? I'm going to say it's a show and tell deck. Especially seeing they forced the Knight. Perhaps they have something like an actual creature to put into play. Ugh. They did pitch Icefen Quaddle to the Force, so I'm going to put them off being a Delver deck. Definitely feels like blue-white, or blue-green show and tell. Ah, Bant. Ah, maybe Bant Stoneblade? Okay. Interesting. If they grab Batterskull here, I'm probably okay. Oh, they grab Shuko. Okay, this is going to be Cephalid. Cephalid Breakfast. Interesting. Can we draw the 4th Verdant? We can't. Okay. Cephalid Breakfast is an interesting one. Name Illusion? Let's quickly have a look. Cephalid Breakfast. Illusion is a 1/1. Narcomoeba is an illusion? Okay, that's definitely enough. Mei is a Japanese youngster? Very cool. Ponder's gonna be okay. See what the Ponder does. Chose to not shuffle. Okay. Most likely found a removal spell for the Plague. I'm gonna assume they've run main deck Swords to Plowshares. This is fine. Interesting. They are going to attack. That's okay. I'm going to fetch out a Dried Arbor here. Mum. Alright. Happy to attack first with both. This plays around removal on one creature to at least get through 1 damage. Or 2. No removal, okay. Brainstorm's okay. Noble, okay. Land. Getting in that damage, alright. Ramanap. Okay, Ramanap's pretty sweet. Let's attack first. Have to be wary of Icefen Quaddle. But we do have Swords and Mum, which is nice. Nice, get back the Canopy. Wow, they're going to concede to that. Okay. So this is pretty interesting. Boarding is going to be really interesting. I mean, nearly everything looks pretty good. Especially if it's Dread Return. Yeah, so I'm a pretty big fan of Zealous. I do like the Thought Seizers. I think that Oof is pretty good and probably better than Teeg. Opposition Agent's interesting as well, especially if they're playing Recruiter effects. I don't want the Ley Lines. I think we can attack their combo in different ways. Choke's also interesting, but I'm not too sure how good. I don't mind ditching a Hierarch on the draw. Hex Drinker isn't really where I want to be in this matchup. The libraries are fine, the Abrupt Decays are great, the Knights are fine. The Ramanap's interesting. I think that the Ramanap can probably go. They look like they have a bunch of basics and also Noble Hierarch. I just bought for Bantblade. Yeah, that's what I like doing here. I still like the mums and the Thalias. I could see a Thalia going down. Even just something like this where I've kind of just cut a few creatures. There's also a thought to going down on a land instead, like a wasteland. But I'm pretty happy with this. I could also see the choke. I do like having the choke in the deck. Yeah. I think maybe 1 on the draw and maybe 2 on the play. I will take out a waste. I think I like this. Yeah. These 5-lander 2 spell hands are pretty rough. I think because of the Thoughtseizers as well, we have a lot more turn 1 plays, so I'm going to mulligan this to a better hand. Yeah, no green source outside of the Dried Arbor, which is pretty rough. We have a turn 1 Mum. Opponent kept 7. We do have a few plays, which is nice. Like, turn 1 Mum can then protect a turn 2 Dried Arbor if we don't draw another land. I don't mind bottoming the Knight. And then keeping this as a 6. I would probably keep this as a 6 if it was a 6, so... Knight we can find with Green Suns down the line as well, which is pretty nice. Best draw is probably just a fetch land for a Bayou, and then we can cast Thoughtseize into Sylvan Library. Trop Pass. Plague. Brainstorm's okay. Okay. Verdant. This makes it pretty interesting, because I can either Wasteland or Thoughtseize. They did Brainstorm. I think I'd rather just Thoughtseize here. But there's also the thought of get Sylvan Library down. Yeah. I think I like Library as well, just to make the most use of my mana. It also means if we draw into like Thalia, we can Thoughtseize and Thalia next turn. Stoneforge is okay. We have the Thoughtseize, which is nice. Okay. Beast? Okay. I think here I like just putting back the Beast and then paying for the Mum. I could go down, but I think just paying for the Mum here is fine, because I'm going to go Mum, Thoughtseize, and Wasteland, which is pretty good. Yeah, there is some thought to paying 8, and I think I will just think on it for a second, because if the Thoughtseize doesn't resolve, then they do get a 4/4 into play, which is a bit of an issue, but we do have the Plague Engineer, which is a pretty good blocker. And if we Wasteland this turn, then they have to have swords and a white source to be able to deal with the Mum and also put in the Batterskull. So I think we are okay. Yeah. There's certain things we can play around, like if they're running Spell Pierce, we could play the Wasteland first and then play Thoughtseize, which also plays around Stifle, if that's a thing. The question is, do I want to show the Wasteland? Because maybe not. They would board out the Spell Pierce, yeah. Veil's also pretty interesting. I think in that case, I'm happy actually just to Wasteland the Trop first. Play Thoughtseize now. Ice Fang and Batterskull, that's fine. Take the Batterskull. Play the mum. Pass. Flooded Strands. They have 2 Misties and Ice Fang in hand. Interesting that they didn't play the Ice Fang to try to draw into Swords to Plowshares. Hey, HD Butt. A huge thank you. That means a hell of a lot. I hope you're well. Thalia is pretty nice here. I don't mind just Plague on Snake. I guess I also like Thalia and take another turn to name with Plague Engineer, because if they top deck something like True Name, then I do want the answer in Plague. So I think I'm going to put back the Fetch Land and the Decay. And then just go Savannah into Thalia. So they fetch. They play Ice Fang. Maybe they have a blue card in hand and they want to see if they can force this? No. Brainstorm for 2 mana is more than fine here. Yeah, I do like paying the extra 4 there for Questing Beast because my opponent doesn't have a clock. We did have the answer in Thoughtseize to Batterskull, which is nice. And just making sure we can always see new cards of Sylvan Library is going to be a nice play, so... I do want to deal with this Ice Fang at some stage. But I don't think I want to do it with the Plague Engineer. So I could fetch here and play the Questing Beast, but I think I'm happy just playing a little bit slower. QB does attack through. Maybe it is just QB here. I definitely don't mind that. Just gonna get a forest. And then we can swing with these 2 creatures. They're gonna fetch. Interesting. Ice Fang's okay. Ice Fang doesn't block well, which is great. And now we have a real play to playing the Plague Engineer, which is nice. My opponent also brainstorms, so we don't know about the Misties in hand. Could be other things. Brainstorm's fine. Land. Double attack. Oh, keeping 1 back. No. Yeah, you attack. Attack with both. Nice. Interesting. They kept that in. Thoughtseize. Choke. I definitely like attacking with these 2 first and seeing what happens. Oh, wow. Okay, that gives me so much information because now I don't need to worry about the combo. Does this kill both? No. Ah, it isn't prevented. It's done like that. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Well, I should have definitely returned the Thalia. That was kind of free. The Nomad did. So they traded with the Stoneforge, which is interesting. Definitely could. I've never seen that interaction before. But now it's a case of, do I want to kill the Nomad or do I want to kill the Ice Fangs? I guess the Ice Fangs are only a 3-turn clock. So I think Engineer on this core is fine. The Ice Fangs are pressuring me, but they also only kill me in 3 turns, but this could kill me at any stage, so... Interesting chat going for the Ice Fangs. I think the way I lose this game is not through the Ice Fangs. I think I lose this game through the combo. And that's why I want to say that I can interact with the combo. 3 for 1 does seem like a hard pass up, but when the one that you leave is their way to win, that's always tough. We'll see if it resolves first. It does. Okay. Yeah, I think the combo is just too good of a way for them to win. And I think I just name Core. Because that also hits name Soldier. I guess making the Stoneforge a... yeah, making that a 0-1 isn't that big of a deal. Core hits Skyclave if that's a thing. Yeah, Thoughtseize putting us to 3 means that the Ice Fangs are just a 2-turn clock, which is pretty huge. I wonder if they run Uro. Uro would be a bit of an issue. Wow, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, an interesting spot. I guess, yeah, from my standpoint, I think that naming Core and killing them off the combo, just in case they kept maybe one version of each in, is better than naming Ice Fang, which currently would be a 3-turn clock. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if they actually brought in the, or kept in the combo. Interesting matchup. Obviously they can just combo off pretty early on, but being a creature-based deck and also a graveyard-based combo, it's a little bit easier for a deck like Maverick to interact with, which is nice. Tough spot. Yeah. Opponent had a few plays, but I felt like both games, they didn't really have too much. Turn to Ice Fang, Stoneforge. Thoughtseize helped a lot, especially knowing what they had. What is the combo? So the combo in Cephalid Breakfast, for anyone who's watching and actually doesn't know what the combo is a mixture of Nomads and Core, which says for 0 as an activation cost, the next 1 damage that would be dealt to it this turn is dealt to target creature you control instead. So all you have to know about this is that it's a 0 mana activation cost. And what you can do is target Cephalid Illusionist, which says whenever Cephalid Illusionist becomes the target of a spell or ability, you can put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. So for 0 mana, you can keep targeting it and mill your library for 3. And what you'll do is you'll mill over your Narcomoebas, which will come back into play. You'll mill a Dread Return, which you can flashback, sacrificing 3 creatures, probably just your 3 Narcomoebas, to hit Thassa's Oracle. So that's the big one. This looks like an old version though, which is pretty cool, from 2011. Okay, nice. Which plays Skyhuskar, very cool. Gilded Drake, Karmic Guide, Woodfall Primus, and Kiki Jiki. Ah, interesting. So Sky Haskar reads when it enters the battlefield, untap all creatures you control, so you can Kiki Jiki it to make 4/3 flyers, which is very cool. I didn't see that. Hey Julian, we did get up there. Yeah, no Thassa. This is a bit old, but yeah, no Thassa in this version. How did you go, Julian? Oh, you played Breakfast as well? Classic. That's hilarious. Whew. Up 1-0 at the moment. Very good. Best of luck. I'm sure you'll get this. But yeah, it's definitely Breakfast, a pretty cool deck. Ooh, Living Wish into Thassa. Interesting. Why are there so many Breakfast players? Thinking of a joke. Thinking of a joke. Lunch, dinner, meal, challenge. I'm trying to. I got nothing. And why can't you queue into them? Yeah, Cephalid, an interesting matchup. Got a little bit better being an artifact deck with Oko out of the field, which is nice. But yeah, Cephalid. I know there's a local player, Will. Shout out to Will for playing Cephalid Breakfast. I think Brocci actually used to play it as well for Brisbane players in here. Brocci is a household name for most Legacy players. And I believe he played some Cephalid Breakfast for some time. Yeah, very cool to see. Thassa's Oracle, a card that a lot of the decks that I like playing have a hard time against in any format. But, you know, if they can go off with Thassa's Oracle and have built a deck around it, then they can go off with Thassa's Oracle and they built a deck around it. It seems like a cool deck. It seems like if I was going to play a combo deck, I think Cephalid Breakfast would be right up my alley, being a deck that could play Noble Hierarch and Stoneforge Mystico Force. And then I do like that it sides into a pretty mid-range deck with True Names and like a Stoneblade kind of package. That's very cool. An article from 2011 called A Blast from the Past. Ah, that is also a card in Unhinged. Interesting. That's cool. But yeah, interesting matchups. Played against BUG Hogaak and what looked to be Bant Cephalid Breakfast, which I will write down to make sure that I don't forget. So it's much easier to edit these once they go on YouTube. Hey to you watching on YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. I appreciate you. Ah, the one I had up. It has disappeared. There we go. Oh, it's Joe Lissette as well. Okay, nice. Very cool. Abeyance. Instant, 1 and a white. Until end of turn, target player cannot play instants, interrupts, sorceries, or abilities requiring an activation cost. Draw a card. Interesting. Like a silence. Sarah Avatar. Nice. 2 divert. Cool. Oh, this is an interesting card. When Cephalid Empress comes into play, return all blue creatures your opponents control to the owner's hands. Your opponents can't play blue creature spells. Pretty interesting lock with something like Painter's Servant, which is pretty cool. I do have a YouTube. You can find it here. I do have all my leagues there, and also I've started doing YouTube exclusive content. So I usually do a league a week with different decks, and you can find them there. Usually decks that I know about, so I actually have some understanding of them, but a lot of Maverick, a lot of D&T, some Nick Fit, some 4-color Loam, things like that. You can also find the league I did there with The Jig Is Always Up, playing Rug Delver, which is really cool. Shout out to 4 Brainstorm, 2 Ponder, 1 Preordain. No 7-point. The 7-point content that I have done is on Pleasant Kenobi's channel. You can find it there. You should also be able to find it in the comments below in my Twitch description. It was tech against Merfolk. That's cool. I like that a lot. I guess it's also tech against Painter, because if you played against Painter when they've named blue... Ah, no, because when it comes into play, it returns their Painter naming blue to their hand. So unless you, like, get this into play with, like, an Aether Vial, or, like, flash it in, and then the trigger happens, and then it resolves. Do you play any fair green decks in Modern? Yeah, so I got into Modern in 2014, I'm going to say, with green, white, Hate Bears, which was pretty much just like a normal Hate Bears deck, playing things like Lockton Smiter, Leon and Arbiter, Aven Mind Center, Noble Hierarch, Aether Vial. Pretty much the same deck what Brian Kibler used to play. Old Smitey. Yeah, Old Smitey. I remember so clearly now, one of my favorite matches was against a Jund player who, in game 1, played a Overgrown Tomb and Thought Seized me, looked at my hand, picked up Wiltleaf Liege, read it, put it down, looked at his hand, and said, I can't beat that. And he goes, I'll take the Wiltleaf Liege. Good times. I think he drew like a Terminate the next turn and just terminated, and I was like, okay, well that's not it, but still pretty funny. And it's definitely happened to me as well, where I've done something like maybe taking like a Swords to Plowshares where my opponent's on like a combo deck and they have both pieces in hand, or something like that. It just happens sometimes, but yeah, pretty funny. But yeah, I do like I used to really like Junk in Modern with like Lingering Souls. Pretty fair, but since Ren and 6 has been printed, there's no real reason to be playing Junk over Jund. I kind of feel like Junk's just kind of gone into the wind, which is kind of sad, because that deck was a lot of fun. Hey Ada Frog, welcome. I hope you're well. Green White Value Town, yeah, it looks really cool. Collected Company could be good in this deck. Collected Company could be good in this deck. The issue with Collected Company is that you don't know what you're going to get. And so you could hit something like a Gaddock Teeg and a Scavenging Ooze against a deck like Death and Taxes, where those cards aren't great. So the big advantage of Green Sun Zenith is that you can really make sure you're getting the right creature for the right matchup. Collected Company is like a box of chocolates. Unfortunately, Collected Company also can't be cast with Gaddock Teeg out and costs 5 with Thalia out, which is pretty tough. And I guess if you are wanting to make room for Collected Company, you could probably take out some non-creature spells, so you're not cutting on your creatures. But then you're saying, like, is Sylvan Library worse than Collected Company? It's definitely tough to get it in here. I think if you were going to play Collected Company in Legacy, you'd want more of a combo finish to make sure that company is going to win you the game, rather than just be a nice 2-for-1 if it resolves. How many creatures do we actually run? 16, 24 creatures, 26 creatures. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, Company, a card that hasn't really seen much Legacy play since its printing. Obviously pretty nice in Modern, in the Heliod combos and a few other things. Or Bug Coco. Yeah, okay, there we go. Sedai had a really good point. I believe there actually was a Legacy deck that Callum Smith was playing, Whiteface's MTG, that was just playing all the 3-mana ball effects. So it was playing like, is it Lightning Ball, and then the new one from Modern Horizons that when it connects, your opponent has to discard 2 cards. Which is pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to play it in a deck, you should maybe think about a deck like Bug Coco, because you have so many good 3-drops in Leovold, Breacher, Opposition Agent, and then you have some good cards in things like Baleful Strix and Ice Fang that you could also hit, which is pretty cool. Lightning Skelemental, there we are. That is correct, Seifel. Skelly. Nice. You can definitely post a link. especially if it's to a deck. Oh, it has a 5-0? Okay, there we go. Nice. Well, I will eat my words. Here it is. Nice. Okay. So we have Baleful Strix, a great card for Legacy. Replaces itself. It's really hard to get through if you don't have a removal spell. Same with Icewind Quaddle. Hull Breacher, great against blue decks. This isn't playing anything like Nissa, so there's no like one-sided draw effect in like Days Undoing, but still very cool. Leovold, nice. Opposition Agent, Plague Engineer, Uro. Yeah, I mean, if you are going to play a green company deck, Bug seems the way to go because a lot of these cards are just really good. Especially for 4 mana, if you can really make sure you're hitting your 3 mana creatures, it's pretty nice. Dried Arbor, plays Green Suns. This is actually really interesting. Now I kind of want to play this on stream. I'm going to download this because I am going to play this. I reckon I'll play this for my YouTube exclusive next week. I like this deck a lot. Nice. A huge thank you, said I. Very cool. Was there any ramp? In this, we have Green Suns for Dried Arbor. And then we also just have the 4 Hierarchs. Nothing like City of Traders or Mox Diamond. Why is Uro so strong in Legacy? That's a good question. It's obviously very powerful. Any card that replaces itself and gains value from ETB effects is obviously going to be pretty good. A lot of the decks that are playing it can protect it pretty well with cards like Force of Will or Karakas. If you can play it in a deck that doesn't really worry about the graveyard as a resource, then, you know, if you're fetching and pondering and brainstorming and dealing with cards either on the stack or on the battlefield in the early game, you're going to have a graveyard that's full of resource that you can definitely make use of. So being able to play an Uro and then flash it back straight away at little cost, other than making sure you have the mana for it, is pretty sweet. But yeah, I mean, especially because it triggers on attack as well, something like Maze of Ith is not a great answer at all for Oko. There are some pretty nice ways to deal with it. Things like Scavenging Ooze is a pretty clean answer. Swords to Plowshares is okay. Karakas is okay, but it is tough because usually your opponent sets up a hand where they have an answer to your first removal spell for it. He's the word count. There's definitely some Maverick players who are playing like a Bant version, which is what I was looking to build. That used to play Oko, and it was nice because you could cast it on turn 2, even on the draw with mana accelerants. But I think now the main reason to play blue is cards like Meddling Mage, which are pretty sweet. And then you do have access to Hull Breacher, which is still a fine card in Maverick as a way to punish your opponents. And you can actually use the treasure tokens pretty effectively with Green Suns and something like Tireless Tracker. And then there's Uro, which is pretty funny because I think in Maverick it's not really a card that I go for aggressively. It's just nice to have in the deck because it's such good value. What's the timer on round? 37 minutes. A few more left. You are most welcome. So we played against BUG Hogaak. That was a 2-0. And then we played against Cephalid, which was another 2-0. And there was a Bant version. Bant Breakfast. So a really nice start to the challenge, which is always really nice. Yeah, Jack, that's a good point. I didn't think... I guess I know that it happens, but I never thought that Uro is actually a really nice way to exile Griffins and other creatures like Eternal Scourge into exile, which is cool. The Wait is the killer. Yeah, I wish there was something better to do in the downtime. Like Tetris. Yeah, who doesn't love Tetris? But It's good just to chat. It's always nice. I mean, like, obviously, a lot of people in here aren't playing Paper Magic as well, so to have a bit of a social experience is pretty cool. GeoGuessr? GeoGuessr is pretty cool. You know what? I've always seen it. I've never done it, so there's always a first time for everything. Do you think Uro deserves a ban in Legacy? I don't think so. I think it has enough... You need to put enough resources into it that it's marginally fair for what it does. I mean, I'm a player who plays decks that Uro is pretty fantastic against, and yeah, I think that it's fair enough if my opponent is wanting to play a deck with Uro in it. You've got to put some time into thinking about the mana base and making sure you have the cards in the graveyard, and yeah, I think it's okay. Just play a dang Scavenging Ooze once in your life and Uro was fine. Yeah, I'm not up in arms about it. I was kind of happy that it was kept back, because usually a lot of the decks that are playing Uro, you don't have great targets for in game 1 for Swords to Plowshares, so once they do get an Uro into play, you usually have drawn a Swords by then. And then you might even have a bigger Knight or something. Yeah, Uro is pretty good against aggro, mid-range, and control. That's very true. But I'm sure the meta will shift. I'm sure at one stage you could say that Kitchen Finks in Modern was pretty good against aggro, mid-range, and control. But that's where Legacy's gone. From Kitchen Finks to Uro as a 3-drop. People are too hesitant to board in Graveyard Hate versus Uro. Yeah, I've definitely been pinned for just trying to rely on Ooze as my Graveyard Hate. I do like cards like Nihil Spellbomb and Soul Guide Lantern that at least replace themselves and can also deal with opposing graveyards but don't also remove yours, like a card like Relic of Progenitus. I don't think a card like Leyline is worth it, but I do think there's... You know, if I was playing Surgical on the board, I might think about how I want to board for the matchup. Say like Bant Miracles, and if it is worth bringing in Surgical, which is a little bit better in a deck with Thoughtseize, because if you want to take them off Swords to Plowshares or Terminus or Jace or something like that, you can really hit them. But usually the card disadvantage of Surgical is a big reason why I don't like bringing it in against Uro decks, but there are situations where just dealing with it is worth it. All right, I'm gonna get some Geo going. I'm gonna see if I can set it up for the next round. GeoGuessr. Hey, white faces, welcome. I hope you're well. Surgicaling Tropical Island. I've definitely been there before against Rug, where surgicaling either Volcanic or Trop is pretty good. Pretty good might be a little bit of an overstatement. Funny and tilting at the same time from two different people can definitely be where it's at. Have I ever played against Espervile? How do you think the matchup is? Espervile's a really interesting one for Maverick because they are obviously a deck built around value. A lot of their creatures replace themselves. Your 1-for-1 removal is never going to be as good as you probably want it to be, but thankfully their mana is pretty shaky. So if you can attack their mana and then try to attack their vials with cards like a Collector Oof, which don't actually... You're not down a card if you play an Oof. If you replicate a vial, it's still fine, but the ability to play an Oof and then just try to protect the Oof and start attacking with it is pretty good. It's a tough one though. They have a lot of good cards against us, but... Hey Mighty Penguin. This is the Legacy Challenge. We're currently 2-0, which is nice. You fed your Underground Sea, Surgical, and Doomsday? Interesting. That's cool. Hey, there we go, round 3. Nice. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 second for round 3. Nice. In game. Move this over a little bit. There we go. What have we beaten so far? We played against BUG Hogaak and luckily got up 2-0. And then played against Bant Cephalid Breakfast and got up 2-0, which is very cool. You have a fishing trip bird watching with your fiance? Very cool. That is a very cool duo activity to be doing. I like that a lot. But best of luck in your small 20 later today. Alright. On the play. Ah, come on. Ah. I'm gonna mulligan this. This is okay. I'll keep this. And I think I bottom the bird just because we have the mana to go for black mana early on. I think it is the bird, just because of the fetch lands and how they work out. How do I want to do this? I think I just want to go Savannah into Noble. And I'm going to do it off the Verdant because this can get either basic, which might be relevant. Keep you coward. Yeah, let's go Savannah. I don't want to show the black if I can. That's one thing I like really doing when I splash a color in Maverick is trying to play the game out as a green-white deck and don't show the color. If I can, you know, play punishing Maverick and not actually show the red in game 1, that's huge for game 2. Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize pretty good here. I don't want to play this because I want that to be unknown information. I think we just go with Windswept Heath and attack. Same thing I always do with Delver. Yeah, very cool. I think it's just a really nice habit to get in because you can really catch opponents off guard by having like Pyroblast or Abrupt Decay or Plague Engineer post board. Ponder, okay. Lexi, there is also Green-White Depths, which is pretty sweet. My mate Jono Yannick, Dreadnought33, has been doing really well with it. Let's have a quick look. They chose to not shuffle. Okay. I am going to get Dryad Arbor here. We have an abundance of mana, and I do want to increase my clock a little bit, so... Another Hierarch. Well... We do get to attack for 3 here at least. Yeah, I'm gonna say like main deck Thoughtseize into a Ponder is most likely gonna be Ant or Tess. Could also be another combo deck, but just gonna play the Wasteland and keep the Verdant that they don't know about. One interesting thing here is that my opponent can't Tendrils me for 9. They have to play around the Swords of Plowshares on the Dryad Arbor, which puts me up to 19. Another Ponder. Fetch. They chose to not shuffle. Okay. So, a few turns to set up, and I assume going off here. Another Ponder. Okay. Chose to shuffle. Okay, that's pretty good for us. Got one more draw step. Green Suns, maybe? Forest. Okay. Look, we can only hope. We can only hope that our opponent maybe goes for something like an Adnors and just doesn't get there, but... Wow, is this just a pass from our opponent? Interesting. Grixis. Not what I want. I think there's reason to play it. Opponent just untapping. Wow, okay. Really feel open here. And, you know, like, we've drawn lands, but that is just part of a deck like Maverick. If you don't want to do this, you should play a deck with Ponder or Brainstorm. You're going to have a much better time. Green Suns here for Questing Beast is pretty interesting. Gaddock Teeg. Oh, that's perfect. That is so good. That is so good. Definitely attack first. I attack first to make sure that if my opponent wants to do anything, they do it beforehand, so I have all the information in the world before something happens. It's a pretty nice draw. It's going to resolve. Surely this doesn't... they're going to Thoughtseize me. That's fine. They go down to 1. Oh my gosh. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They had 3 Ponders and they only shuffled once and they just couldn't get there. Alright. Let's look at boarding. Let's look at some of the slower cards that I'm not a big fan of. The swords can definitely go. Hexdrink is interesting. I don't mind it, especially if we have a hand where we just want an early aggressive creature. I do like taking out the Abrupt Decays as well. I definitely like these. I don't think Leyline is great, but I think it's better than some of the cards we have already in the deck. I definitely like these as well. I don't mind dropping a Knight. Oof is really nice. Yeah, I think that actually Hex just is worse than some of the stuff we're bringing in. So if we take this out, that's 61. I think the Choke should definitely be in the mix. And also Kaya can be relevant, especially... The one thing that I like about Kaya is... Against the Thalia deck, my opponent is most likely going to play out LEDs or Lotus Petals a little bit earlier than they want to, just to play around Thalia's tack. So we do get the ability to hit some things with Kaya, which is pretty nice. The one reason that I do like Zealous on the draw is that it's faster to cast than Plague Engineer is against a really quick... empty from my opponent. It might be both libraries. And then second Choke. Kai is also interesting. Kai is another nice way to add pressure to the board. But that's 61. I don't think I need it. Yeah, it can be a clock for us. We're not playing like... If you're playing Canonist, you could say it keeps it alive through you don't like choke too slow, low impact. I think that the case is that although choke isn't that great, it's probably better than one of the cards we're boarding out. This is actually 60. You like library? Yeah, library is pretty interesting, especially if they're diluting their plan in game 2 for more removal. Maybe at least one library is okay. Yeah, it might just be Scrib Ranger. I think that if they have double removal for a creature, that's fine. I think this is fine. This is probably a mulligan just because of the mana. We don't have the ability to cast the Thoughtseize, and then we don't even have a Hate Bear to run the mum into, so I'm going to mulligan this. This is probably a little bit better. Probably just drop the Questing Beast, and then we have either turn 1 Thoughtseize or turn 1 Hierarch, depending on what their turn is. So I'm going to keep this and bottom the Questing Beast. This has a lot of angles, which is nice. I can even just hold up the opposition agent. Okay. Pretty happy to see this because it means my opponent is not taking the Thoughtseize from me and also not holding up Veil of Summer unless they cast a Lotus Petal. Ponder chose to not shuffle. Planes. Okay, let's go for Bayou into Thoughtseize. Jack. Okay. We have some interesting cards. So Ponder and Brainstorm are pretty much the same thing here, with Ponder being a shuffle effect. LED and Tutor together are really nice. The Fatal Push is an answer to a threat. So this is an interesting one. Do I think that Infernal Tutor is answered by the opposition agent, or do I think they're going to go off before that's relevant? I kind of like taking the LED here, because I can Wasteland next turn the Underground Sea, and then play the Noble Hierarch. Yeah, we can take them off black, which is really nice. You like taking Push? Yeah, I definitely think it's LED, and Fatal Push is a little bit worse that now that we know about it. So I do like taking the LED, and then passing. Yeah, they can't push the agent currently, which is nice. I guess unless they crack a pedal to cast it. See if they even cast a Ponder first. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tutor without LED is a lot worse, which is nice. It also buys us time to get this opposition agent into play. Agent does stop Tutor. Agent also allows us to take something out of the deck thanks to Tutor, which is pretty cool. Hey, Strass Daddy, welcome. I hope you're well. I know you've been doing well recently with Green, White, Red, and 4-color Mav, which is very cool to see. Ponder chose not to shuffle, but they're not playing a land? Did they just miss to play a land? Because now if we draw like Thalia, we can cast Thalia, and we draw Thalia. I'm pretty happy to play Thalia. Even though they have the Fatal Push, that takes a whole turn off them. Interesting. Opponent might be wastophobic, yeah. Definitely an interesting line. Maybe it is Wasteland, maybe it is something else. Maybe my opponent just accidentally pressed F6. I've definitely done that before. The real question is, I assume it's going to be Fatal Push here on the Thalia to play around Caracas. I think I just hold up the opposition agent, then playing the Hierarch, because it also gives me a nice clock. I don't really need the Hierarch to build up my mana into anything else. With the Wasteland, we have 3 mana, which is more than anything. Green Suns for 2, which is perfect. Sorcery speed it. I feel like they would fetch in their turn. I feel like I can grab a fetch. But I guess we'll see. There's the Underground Sea. Oh, they're going to allow us to untap and draw Caracas. Okay. Attack first. No blocks. It definitely is a big telegraph, which is annoying. The question is, if they Fatal Push the Thalia, am I okay to just go Wasteland, Hierarch, and Mum this turn? Or can they go off with 6 cards, so 4 other cards? Most likely. I mean, like, LED Dark Ritual there is pretty good. I'm pretty happy to hold up Agent, because it just keeps pressure going, and that's what I really need to do. I just need to keep creatures attacking. And it does have Flash, which is nice. And to be fair, I could also just be holding up Veil of Summer. I think if anything, my opponent is probably thinking about Veil of Summer, not so much about Opposition Agent. They're going to untap. Interesting. That's a play. And now they're going to pass back. Interesting plays. Okay, second main phase. Massacre's not the worst because we can turn it off with the Wasteland. Okay. Happy to attack first. I don't want to waste in my turn, I want to waste in their turn. Because the Wasteland does turn on Fatal Push. But if they're going to Fatal Push, I want them to do it in either my turn and tap out, or their turn upkeep. Pretty happy to build out my board. Hey, Jerry Freeman, welcome. Yeah, if I do waste to see it turns on push for the opposition agent, but I think here I'm happy to actually just take them off the Underground Sea. They can push the agent, but then they have to deal with the Thalia. They have to find another swamp if they do have Massacre. And this also costs 2, which is nice and kind of taps them off. They're going to float mana. C's going to leave, and now they can hit the opposition agent if they want to. We do have another opposition agent, but this is still pretty fine. We know about Shooter and Brainstorm. What flavor of Maverick do I enjoy the most right now? I've been really enjoying green, white, red. I think that Clothis is a really good threat, and the ability to have Punishing Fire, and blast effects in the board has been really nice against a bunch of mana. A bunch of different decks. It is Massacre. Okay. Game on. Green Suns. Okay. We can Green Suns next turn, which is nice. If we get a next turn. The question is, do I want to go for Gaddock Teeg or do I want to go for Collector Oof? I think the answer is Gaddock Teeg because my opponent can still storm out through just playing their manas. Yeah, so I think Teeg is correct. That's if we get a good one as well. If we get a turn. Okay. Opponent's gonna go off. Thoughties is really good, especially if they're going for a yeah, okay. Nice. Cool. Good games. Do I want to change anything? I think I'm okay. You don't like the Leyline? I just think that Leyline is better than anything else they have. It does turn off Past in Flames and Cabal Ritual to some extent. Yeah, QB is interesting. QB applies a lot of pressure, which is nice, and can also get there against a Goblin's hand. Swap one Leyline for one more choke. Thanks, Mez. I do like the extra choke. I'm not too sure about the Kaya Planeswalkers. But I do want to keep some amount of threats in my deck. Choke is okay. Yeah. I think Choke and Leyline are just cards that are probably better than some of the cards I'm taking out of the main deck. Knight is pretty good. I do like the 5 mana dorks because they do allow a turn 2 Green Suns, which is nice. I don't mind taking out the Knight of Autumn. That's probably the card that stands out. I might be able to get like an LED or a Lotus Petal if they do play them out early, but if I'm green sunning, I'm probably just green sunning for either Oof or Teeg, so... Oof. Knight can gain life, but I think there's better things to be doing. Like Gaddock Teeg or Collector Oof out of the deck with Green Suns is probably doing a lot more. That's a lot of flexing. I think I'm okay with this. Would love to play first. Black cards, but no black mana. I think this is a mulligan. A turn 2 Knight just isn't where I want to be, and this hand is just a turn 2 Knight. I think I could keep this, but I am not going to keep this. This is much better. This is actually a really good hand. The question is, what do I bottom? I think it's the Scrubland, and then we just keep the Windswept Heath for a Savannah and try to play pretty fair. This is a pretty nice hand if I get another turn. Honda. Thanks, JR. I think Thalia next turn is best, and then probably Collector Oof. I can even get in a position where I can wasteland myself off the Savannah, which means I can play around Massacre, which is kind of cool. Forest. Okay, so that's pretty nice. They chose to shuffle, which is interesting. So I definitely want to slam the Thalia here. And then I just want to pass. Probably play Collector Oof next, and then just wasteland my own Savannah. If I draw a land here, I wouldn't be too unhappy. Yeah, that's actually a great... That's actually pretty nice, because now I have a white source that isn't a plains. We are currently 2-0, which is nice. They could still, like, ritual into a Massacre, but it's going to be pretty tough, especially seeing my opponent just miss their land drop. Knight. Okay. I think I still want to play the ooze here. Just to keep pressure going. It does increase the clock as well from down to 3 turns, which is nice. They found a trop. Okay. Plague. Okay. I could attack for 7 if I really wanted to put them on a 2-turn clock, but I feel like they have like a Chain of Vapor or Echoing Truth, so I do want to protect my Hate Bears. And just hope we can get there. Oof. Not even a black source from my opponent. Another Thalia. Okay. This means if they try to bounce or kill the Thalia here, I'm pretty happy just to let it slide. There's Black Source. Thoughtseize. Haha! The nice way to go. Very cool. There we go. Alright, we're 3-0. Nice. Very cool. Ugh. A little bit unfortunate. I mean, my opponent could just go Dark Rit into Massacre, and then it's game 1 all over again. Yeah. Nice. Very cool. That was Ant. Very cool. Hey Hamu, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Hey Steve, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? The old 5-0 Doogs is definitely still in here. I can tell you that, JBC. Build or burn, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you be... Where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Hey, Skullclaim MTG. Welcome. Very cool to have everyone in chat. I am writing my matchups on paper. That is very true. Germany and Rainbow Depths or Blue White X. Very cool. Hey, build. Jacob on the money. BUG Hogaak, Bant, Cephalid, Breakfast, Ant. There we go. A good mashup. A good matchup. A good mashup of matchups. Is Archon of Emeria good in Legacy? It is pretty strong. It's obviously a strong hate bear. But I do like earlier hate. So cards like Deafening Silence or even Aethersworn Canonist as a 1 or 2 drop is pretty nice. But I could see Archon being pretty good, especially if you have a turn 1 mana dork and you're on the play. It's pretty sweet. It also doesn't die to Massacre, which is pretty huge, being an X3. It's also flying, so it's got evasion, which is pretty cool. Hey, House of Gains. I hope you're gaining. Hope you're building up that muscle with some nice protein and some good rest. Hey, Cyphal. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. What's the green in your breakfast deck for? What's the green in your breakfast deck for? Oh, I'm assuming for Bant, Cephalid, Breakfast. Skullclamp. He was referencing the decks that we've played against so far. And the green... I was going to say Avo-Brick. You beat me. There's lead up. There's lead up for it. That's rough. Yeah, I'm going to say Uro. Maybe something like Veil of Summer. GeoGuessr. Okay. So, let's go to Decktech, and then let's put this like there. No, let's go to in-game. Make this bigger. World famous places, Battle Royale. Okay. One free game. Alright. Single player. Hey, Reaple. Hope you're well. Oh, okay. Okay, what are we looking for? These actually look like I get to look around? Okay. That sign looked pretty... Yeah, so it is an English-speaking language. English-speaking language country. This kind of looks like Australia. Which, like, looking at the housing... What is this? That is interesting. Oh, they have letterboxes like this. That looks kind of American, but... What do we got here? A one-way with White Birch Lane. Okay. That's a Nissan. I know that. This actually does kind of look like... That's a big barn, though. The barn looks American. Let's be fair. That's an American barn, and that's an American house. No way. There have been nightmare horrors in this house. Let's be honest. Oh, check number plates. That's a good one. Is that cheating? Is that seen as like a sly thing to do? US, Western VA. Okay. Maybe we can get down here. Oh, there's a church. What does the church say? Sunday worship 9 a.m. Zion Lutheran. Rev Abbey Lease Pastor. You are welcome. Ah, thank you. Too kind. Too kind. Only cheating if you Google it? Okay, that's fair. Well, let's go down here. Oh, you can't go down. Can we? No. Okay. Well, let's go to this car. Oh, that's it.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Ah, Ah, does that have one? They blurred it out. They blurred it out. They knew it. They knew we were onto them. Yeah, I'm gonna say US. Is that another church? No, just a sign. Okay. Pretty sunny. Pretty open. I don't know why, I was gonna say Idaho. I think someone said Ohio. Countryside, like anywhere eastern US. Alright, how do you actually guess? Oh, over here. Okay, so we're up in North America. Probably somewhere around here. I like that I'm saying stuff like I actually know. Ah, are there any lakes? Can we see anything like that? Looks like it's all just green flats. How far can we go? Here we go. Western end of Virginia? I wish I knew where Virginia was. I apologize, Americans. West Virginia. Take me home. Country Road. Where's Country Road? That'll take me to Virginia. East Coast. I feel like it's around here. I feel like it could be... Oh, Atlanta? Maybe like... There's Louisville. Okay. More East Coast? Okay, Pennsylvania. Interesting. Moab? I don't see any like mountains, so I wouldn't say this is national forest or near national forest. Go farther north? It's all... Can I make this bigger? Okay, there we go. And more bigger? Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to... No. Oh, there's Boulder? Ah, that's where Boulder is. Keep looking for a road sign? Yeah. That's fair. It says 40 back there. Doesn't really give us anything. What about these trees? That's dots. Hey, Luca Boring, welcome. I hope you're well. This actually just looks really nice. I would love to live here. Looks like it had some nice, maybe like nature hikes. A lot of open plains. Really good for cycling, which is awesome. Tomorrow is your first day off in almost 3 weeks. Nice, JR. I hope you find some nice relaxing time to yourself. Maybe play some Magic. Here we go. Here we go. Oh! Wintermeyer. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. These are the speed signs, I believe. Yeah, 40, 40. North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina does sound... What's this? Oh, that's at NC on a sign? Okay. Where... The big question is... Hey, Destroy Target Land. A happy Ponza Day to you. East Coast? I wish I knew where, North Dakota was. Yeah, it said INC. That's a big giveaway. North Carolina is north of South Carolina. That's very true. I'm sure it's here. I just cannot see it. North Carolina. Ah, NC. Okay, okay. So North Carolina is this section here. We didn't see any lakes around, so I'm going to assume it's somewhere around here. Like top middle? Yeah, okay. Maybe further south, maybe like down here near Bear Creek. I'm just gonna... Let's take one more look. A lot of flats with a bit of mountain range in the far mountains. So looking for what's been a pretty long ride. Highway sign. I think I'm gonna make a guess here and go with somewhere kind of around here. I don't think the road's big enough to be one of these yellow ones, but 260. It could just be in here. Is that... that's okay, so opposite of that is probably down near here. It's still in North Carolina, and it is a little bit south. I'm gonna say here. I'm gonna say... Yeah, there's like a forest mount, like Fountain Hill. Ah, okay. It was up in Philly. Okay. Ah, it was actually quite interesting. Actually pretty close to a massive river. Nuts. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, shout out to the people saying PE. Okay. Looking at what I look at as like a European country. Look at the cars. Yeah, you're always going to see a Golf in Europe. It is saying garage, but in a different language. Garage-em. Garage-em. Up here we have a sign. Ferry boat. Okay. Ah, this looks like maybe Brazil. This looks like Brazilian or Spanish. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm gonna say Latin America. What does this say up here? Yeah, Jose. Okay. But not Portugal. Okay. Follow the talker. I do not like this song. That's Portuguese. Okay, Jerry. Thank you. So here's Portugal. This could be inner. I wouldn't say this is giving away any signals that it is coastal. There's a hill. Doesn't look like the most touristy destination, so I would say it's probably inland. This is not Portugal. Got to be Brazil. Brazilians do speak Portuguese, that is very correct. Where are the Brazilian Legacy players? Usually in here. Ah, there is a ferry. Reaple Cheap. Yes, there was a ferry. That is very correct. So it is near water. At least to get over a river, or maybe to get out to some islands. I'm going to say a ferry is most likely going to be going towards an island of some nature, rather than just like a... Oh, there's another hill. Interesting. Is that ocean up there? I don't think so. Oh no. Can of paint. Nice. Alright, we're just gonna guess. I don't want to guess, but no one wants to guess. Yeah, now I'm actually lost. Hey, can you give me some directions? No? Okay. Oh, we can't go that way? Is this stuck? Okay, there we go. We're gonna go back to where we came. There's a bus. Okay, well there was a bus. This says bus. Can't go that way. Oh, burger place? Nice. The coast is straight. Yeah. I unfortunately have not heard of Bahia. Bahia is further south. Bahia coast. Salvador. I'm very poor with my geography, and this would be a great way to make sure that I get back on top of it. Okay, we're in Salvador. Ah, there's Bahia of some sort. Hey Marcus, welcome. Hope you're well. Find a ferry. Is that something I can actually do? Has to be near water. I wonder if there's actually islands out here. Maybe it's a space ferry. Like maybe around here with the islands. Salvador. Round starting soon? Cool. Ah, nice. Thanks, Reaple. All the best. Ah. Alright, we're just gonna pick. I don't just want to pick, but there. There, because the ferry. Ah, okay. 68 kilometers isn't too bad. That's not too bad, right? That's pretty good. There we go. That wasn't a guess. I knew that. I knew that. All right. Good luck to anyone in chat playing in their event. Whew. Question. What did I beat round 3? I beat Ant, Julian. How'd you go? Azerd, a huge thank you. That was really helpful. Up against Koi. A big Delver player. Okay. This is a hand that I don't want against Delver. Or a hand at all. This isn't the worst. Obviously a little bit poor, but I don't mind it, and probably dropping the Caracas. Yeah. Probably just going Forest into Hex Drinker. If it can eat a bolt, I wouldn't be too unhappy. Looks like my opponent's just gonna pass with mana up. Another Thalia. Okay, not the worst. No bolt. Okay. Drop. Fetch. Goif. Okay, that's only a 1/2. Plague. Alright. Let's attack first. Get that damage in. And then probably just play Savannah. It's most likely to get Wastelanded, but I think playing Savannah and playing Thalia is better than trying to Green Suns for a Mana Dork. Especially seeing I have a second Thalia. I'd love to have a fetch land that goes for a plains, but we can't always have everything. Fork Bolt would be pretty huge here for my opponent. That's a card I've been seeing more and more in Delver. Hey, Free Thief, thanks for the follow. Another Goif, okay. Okay. Funnily enough, still 1/2 Goifs. Can we draw Cradle? Bayou, okay. I don't mind attacking here with both creatures. Because we're going to get to a stage where we can't attack at all, so... If they want to make any trades here, I'm more than happy. Especially with the second Thalia. They might even trade one Goif here to boost the other one. No blocks. Okay. Ah, he could... Yeah, they could kill one to first strike. That's very true. But they choose not to. They are tapped out, so I think here I'm happy just to go and get a Savannah. And Green Suns for Dried Arbor. This means next turn I can play the Plague Engineer around days if they don't have removal. Interesting. Mum. Okay. What do I care about more here? Probably the Mum. You like attacking first? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, not too sure what my opponent could have here. I probably respect the Mum more than the Engineer, so I'm going to play the Mum first and then not play the Engineer around days. They're going to hardcast a days. That means I can tick up the Hex Drinker here. Huh. I think I'd like just ticking up the Hex here, to be fair. And let the Mum go. Yeah, I mean, the Mum was probably just protecting the Hex anyway, but now if I can give it protection from Bolt, then we have a real game here. Delver's fine. That's a great name for the Plague Engineer. Yeah, maybe we don't PE. I guess it depends on how they attack as well. They're going to get aggressive, so I think here I'm pretty happy to PE first. I guess we could also attack and see how that lines up. Green Suns. We can Green Suns for 2. We can't make it a 6/6 yet. I guess we can cast the Engineer first to see what happens. They might kill Thalia. Yeah, that's true. Hey, House of Gains. If you type !deck list, you'll be able to find it. I think I don't mind attacking with all 3 and not leaving back the Dried Arbor to play around Days. But that's definitely an interesting one. I think I do want to get the Plague Engineer into play. And if I can play around Days, I can play around Days. So I don't think the 1 matters. I guess it would turn off Force, but... yeah. Pretty nice to get that game because it looks pretty grim post-board. I don't have too much. I don't mind Kaya because it can take out Delver and put some pressure on their graveyard, but I definitely don't want the Teeg. I mean, that's really it, to be fair. Maybe it's just like 1 choke. There's not too much else that I actually need. What was in opponent's hand? I'm not sure. I definitely don't know. I think on the play, actually, I'm happy to take out a library for Kaya. What made me decide to play Punishing versus Abzan, or Abzan in this matchup? I really liked Abrupt Decay against the Delver decks. That's the big reason. I thought we'd run into a bunch of Delver, and I liked having the non-counterable removal. Yeah, Track is an interesting one. It does die to a lot. I think it might just be... like, Zealous at least can trade with a... an untipped Delver. If they're playing TNN, it's another out to TNN, which is nice. I don't mind Zealous, but I don't think it's better than a creature. The issue with Choke is that I really need to make sure I can deal with threats before I cast the Choke, because if I'm tapping out for Choke, they're probably going to kill me with combat damage on the way back down. Yeah, I think until I see more, I won't bring in the Zealous. I'm just going to keep in the second library, because if I see the first, I don't have to see the second. There's so many ways to fetch it away that I think that's okay. This seems fine. The Choke and Kaya seem pretty nice. And there's a nice game 1 to get without removal. This is a 1-lander, which has a lot of gas, but if I'm going to lose this match, it's going to be because I just didn't hit my land drops, and this is one of those ways. Especially on the draw, I'm not going to rely on Noble Hierarch. Same reasoning. Okay, yeah, I'll keep this. I like keeping the Decay. Yeah, the Green Sun Zenith is tough because getting another green source doesn't do much for that hand. I'd rather try to get that Noble down to turn on white mana as well. The matchup is Rug Delver. It's probably the Knight and then hold the Ramanap. Yeah. And then Scoos I can have down the line. I guess Knight's interesting because if we draw into a fetch land, which I am wanting to do to get the decay there, we can't actually. We can't take it back. We can't undo, yeah. I think it's just... Yeah, I think it's ramming up. Try to keep my curve pretty low. It's tough because Kuz isn't really an early threat you want against Rug. You want to be able to play it when you can tick it up straight away, so... Oh, you can get tick cancel? Did not know that. Okay, that's a start. This definitely reads to me like they're playing Stifle. I don't think I want to Wasteland this. But to be fair, the Wasteland isn't doing much for me here. We did win game 1. So I think that if we are going to get back into this game after a mull for 5, I'm pretty happy to see if they do anything here. They're going to brainstorm, so I'll let this resolve first. And then I'll just reset. They do have somewhat of an advantage because they do use their graveyard as a resource, but if I can gain some time to try to draw into a fetch land, perfect, then I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, Klopster, that's more than fine. I guess Dryad's pretty tough because it is open to Wasteland, but otherwise a pretty sweet card. Goyf's okay. Another fetch land or a Plains would be perfect. Okay. That's actually pretty nice because I could play the Ooze. It does play into Bolt. But if they want to fetch out another Jewel, then I'm probably okay with that. I think I win this game by playing the Ooze, seeing if I can get them to do something for this, and then landing the Choke and then decaying the Goyf. That's fine. Forest. Interesting. I think I am at a situation where I do want to decay the Goyf. They don't wasteland in my turn. Maybe they have a 3-drop they want to play. They're going to fetch now. Hopefully not True Name. True Name would be pretty good. Oh, Clothis would also be really strong. There's not really a 3-drop that I really care about, so I am just going to Abrupt Decay this. It's probably either Clothis or True Name, and I feel like it's Clothis. Yeah, that's really good. I don't believe I have an out to that because... I guess I can try to race it, but that's pretty tough. I'm not running Sanctum Prelate, so Skyclave Apparition, so I don't have a way to deal with the Clothis at the moment. Skoos would be my one way to semi-control what they can do with it, but otherwise it's an uphill battle, to say the least. We did land the Choke, which is nice, but the Clothis making mana is pretty tough. And Delve is pretty good as a threat. Savannah. Okay, let's play this and draw a card. Thalia. Okay, that's a start. But Clothis really good. Oh, I guess actually, to some extent, we could potentially hit Kaya. Yeah, Kaya would be okay. Hey, thanks, Grid GM. All the best. Enjoy your weekend. Okay, they're getting off to my land. Red. Wasteland. Bolt? Okay. That is my only black source, so I think I just play the Savannah and pass. Yeah. I don't mind if they want to wasteland my Savannah, because if I put them in a position where another Thalia turns off anything that they can draw into, I'd be pretty happy. $10.22. Okay, well there's that Thalia. Days. Cloth's so good here. There's some thought to blocking with the bird, but I think just because we don't have it out to the Clothis, I really just want to try to maybe buy some time and see some other land drops or other creatures from my opponent. If they're playing Young Pyromancer, if they're playing True Name or Uro. Looks like they are going to play something, which might be a True Name. And at least if we see it, I'll be pretty happy. Ah, this looks like a whale. Yeah, okay. Classic. I don't think that means that I want to do anything differently to how I board. I don't think I was thinking about Thoughtseize on the play. But it can really add up, especially the 2 life. Cloths is going to be an interesting one. I don't think I want to board differently. I probably want the extra choke on the play. The Plague Engineers aren't the greatest. I could definitely see one at least getting cut. Yeah, I wouldn't leyline them either. The card that I really think about is Thoughtseize. But I don't think it's where we want to be. I think this sort of play is more than fine. So yeah, let's try to get an aggressive start with mana acceleration. Whew. Yeah, I think Thoughtseize is just a little bit too aggressive for me. Yeah, Track over Engineer is an interesting one. But then I don't have an out to True Name if they're playing True Name. I assume not. I guess we have Questing Beast in a way. And I guess Choke somewhat answers True Name. If this is a great hand, I'll keep this. I'm gonna go probably buy you into Noble. I could go basic, which is interesting as well. We're playing 5 mana dorks in the Green Suns. I definitely don't want to take out a land because Rug has a really good mana denial strategy. I think I am just going to go for a forest. I'm pretty happy with that. I think this hand gives us enough time to play around. Chain lightning. Okay. Knight. I think a fetch land off the top is probably best to make this knight a 4/4. Ponder is fine. Chose to shuffle. Okay. Wasteland. That's okay. Okay. Land into Ooze would be really nice. Land into Ooze. I do want to play around days here. Or do I? I mean, landing Knight is so big. Jam a 3-drop, yeah. I think we get planes here, because if the Knight resolves, we can go and get Bayou whenever we want. They did shuffle, yeah. I think running into days is really good because they did shuffle, so I assume they're looking for mana and they're trying to put us behind. But the wasteland on the dried up, it makes me think they do have days. This is pretty interesting. I think I do go for a duel because it gives me multiple green sources for the Ooze. Which means if the Ooze untaps, I do get to make it a 4/4 thanks to Dried Arbor. Have Bolt. Okay. I think here I'm happy just to eat a spell like Chain Lightning to get the Bolt back. Yeah, I guess my thought process was that even if we didn't play around days, the Scavenging Ooze did enough to make use of our mana. Hex. Okay. Wasteland's pretty good. I do need to deal with this right now. And then play Knight. Nice. That's pretty huge. Loam. Okay. Loam's interesting. I guess we get to take out the Trop. What did they get back? Scalding Tarn, Wasteland, Flooded Strand. Okay. Yeah, the issue is with cards like Submerge that having a 5/5 knight isn't as big against our opponent, unfortunately. But yeah, that's very true. Putting them back to one land does mean that it's a little bit better. Bayou. Yeah, Wasteland does keep Hexdrinker irrelevant, that's very true. Probably the better play. I think I just want to Wasteland the drop here. Hey, Baguette Bush. And just get in for 6. They have a fetch, but at least it puts them back a little bit. And I do just want to get the extra point of damage in. We are not playing BUG, unfortunately. Goyf. Goyf's fine. And a Delver, okay. Cradle. Doesn't really do enough. I do want to attack with the Knight. And then just hold the Cradle as an unknown. They might be wanting to brainstorm this Delver. Stifle. Okay. Wasteland, that's fine. Wonder if they take us off the Bayou. So Stifle in hand, 3 other cards. One is Flooded Strand? No. One is Scalding Tarn. Three mana. No. No. Clothis? Is he trying to cast Oko? Ha. Cloth, okay. A little bit slow, but could definitely get there. Oh my gosh. Questing Beast? Is QB good enough here? Another Knight is pretty interesting as well. But I don't think it beats out on the Clothis. Oof. Oof doesn't do enough. Scoos is in the bin. So they can go to 8 next turn. With a knight, we can go and fetch, make it a 7/7, get a wasteland, which would be a 9/9. Okay, that's pretty interesting. If QB gets blocked by Tarmogoyf, that's not the worst. Hex Drinker is interesting. But they are holding up Volk. I guess we could see. We could wasteland the Volk to see if they stifle it. And then go for Hex. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, they have a Stifle, but at least that turns off Lightning Bolt being activated. I think second Knight is best. Yeah, I think second Knight is best. 2, 3, 4 mana. Brainstorm's okay. Nice. Yeah, I kind of like getting Canopy as well. Just to get the extra card. But if they have Submerge, they don't have Submerge, okay. Thalia, okay. Submerge is the big card that I'm a little bit afraid of. Thanks, Rick. When I get Scrib Ranger, I don't think Scrib does enough. I think that I want 2 threats instead of just one creature that makes my Knight better. Because if I lose the Knight, then the Scrib isn't as good. And I want to make sure that if my opponent is bringing in cards like maybe Brazen Borrower or Submerge, I do have multiple threats that can win me the game. Scrib, although pretty cool in this current situation, it doesn't do enough, I think, to actually win the game. It just helps another threat get there. They're going to take out the swords and gain life. Interesting. Two blue. Okay, that's fine. Ponder, sure. Ponder chose to not shuffle. Interesting. That's pretty big. I am going to cast the Thalia first. Nice. And then, I'm not sure if I attack with the Knight of Autumn or not. I feel like I do. It's not doing much in defense anyway. I feel like I just attack with him because there's not much else that I'm really afraid of. I mean, they have to block or deal with at least one Knight. They have to deal. They have to block both knights or deal with both knights. So I think I'm happy seeing if they want to trade the Goyf here. It's currently a 3/4. They took instant out of the bin, which is really interesting. Yeah. I think I just have to pressure them in some way. Okay. This also means the Dried Arbor is in the bin. Okay, that means nothing. Hey, Enfer. Hey, Al, thanks for the follow. Hope you're both well. That's a lot of mana. A braid. Okay, well, happy to return this. Nice! 4-0, baby! Very cool! Nice! Ah, knights. Ah, I love you. Ah, so good. So good. Ah. Ah, nice. Very sweet. That was game 3. We got up in game 1. We won game 1, lost game 2, won game 3. Nice. Oof. Rug Delver. Nice. Very cool. GG's. Oof. It's getting late as well. It's just ticked over midnight, which is kind of tough. But we are here for the long game. How many wins for top 8? I'm going to assume at least 6. I think maybe 6-1 makes it. But for now, I'm happy just to take each game as it comes, see how they go. Hey, House of Gains, a huge thank you for the sub. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Anyone else here want to talk in chat? Definitely let me know. This is actually the biggest natural stream I've ever done, which is really cool. So a huge thank you to all of you for checking in and watching some fair magic. Picked up a Punishing Maverick list from your website to get into the deck on a budget, having a ball. Thanks for all the content and congrats on the win. Fluffy Bottoms, too kind. A huge thank you. Very cool to hear you're enjoying the deck. Thankfully, Maverick is a deck you can get into on a budget, and you can actually find a pretty good way to do that on the greensunzenith.com. Maverick on a budge. Here. Nice. A huge thank you to all the follows as well. Polar Bear, welcome. I hope you're well. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Yeah, Clubster, 100%. There's no free wins with Maverick. You know, Leyline and Wasteland locks can sometimes get there, but it can be a bit of a grind, which is always nice. I mean, it's the best way to win. It feels good, but always got to get a little bit lucky as well with a deck like Maverick. Playing it fair in an unfair format can be pretty tough. Haha, Julian, I know you love Maverick. I think it's probably your favorite deck. Probably up there with Elves very closely, but I think that the green-white Maverick has a pretty big one. How are you going in the league? And what are you playing? Are you playing Elves? I'll probably put you on Elves in a challenge. 1-3. Hey Skater, welcome. Hope you're well. Haha. Yeah, Rainbow Depths is a sweet one. Very cool list. Top 32 value, yeah. Very nice. What have you played against? How do you feel your deck's performed? Yeah. One 3 could definitely be 3 very tight matches that just didn't go your way. Turbideps, Breakfast, Plague Engineer, and Blue-Red Telfer. I assume that means it's going to be Elves. Elves against Depths seems very tough. I think Depths can just combo off a little bit faster. Breakfast is pretty interesting. Plague Engineer is Plague Engineer. Blue-Red Delver. I feel like Blue-Red wouldn't be able to keep up with the amount of threats you're playing. You got ninth at a 400-person Legacy event. Bittersweet. But yeah, every round was a well, see how it goes mindset. Yeah, exactly. I mean, ninth is still a fantastic effort, especially with a deck like Maverick if you're playing Maverick, but sometimes it just doesn't really weigh. But at least for every time that it doesn't, it's probably going to come up that it will eventually, so... Die roll matters a ton against Depths? Yeah, that's very true. I can definitely understand that. Nice. Oh, round 5 starting. That's cool. Alright. I'm just going to quickly... Haha, no, just getting in the zone. What's breakfast again? Breakfast is Cephalid Breakfast. This is a really old version of the deck, but you should be able to see the combo in here. That now combos through Dread returning back Thassa's Oracle. Hey, Punishing Waterfalls. Very cool deck, by the way. Hope you're well. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. Alright, let's keep the dream alive. But not with these... I'm not one to complain about Maverick hands, but the hands that we've gotten so far haven't been the greatest. I will say that. This is an interesting one. We can cast the Ooze, but... I think on the draw, we can definitely take a mulligan, and we can definitely mulligan towards a hand that does a little bit more. Kazuga against Kazurban. Interesting. Yikes, just again, the... It happens. It happens. We'll mulligan this. We'll keep it. We'll bottom Dryad Arbor Jewel and keep the fetches. Because at least it means that a knight would be a 5/5 against a bolt deck. Rough start, but we can do some things. We can do some things. We have mana acceleration. We have access to all our colors. We're going to be able to draw into anything and cast anything we draw into, which is really nice. So can't be too unhappy. Got to look for the positives and make sure you don't get like tilted out or something. Opponent having a good think. Misty it is. Cradle. Not what I want. Alright. I'm gonna fetch. Hey, thanks, King. All the best. I'm just gonna go for basics early on. I think it's 6 or 7 rounds. Ooh, this could be Delver again. This is going to be Delver again. Okay. That's okay. Yikes. Okay, that's a pretty good start. Library's pretty nice. Let's go for basic into library. And just hope there's no Daze or Force, which is a pretty big hope against a Delver deck, but you never know. Library actually good here if it gets countered because we can't be too aggressive with it with the Young Pyromancer in play, but also if it resolves, we get to dig for some sort of removal, which is nice. They're going to force it. Pitching force. Okay. Hey, thanks, King. All the best. I hope you're having a nice week of work. And hopefully you get a nice bit of time off soon. Alright. Knight. Pretty perfect. This is actually interesting. I wonder if my opponent's on Stifle. If they are, then playing the Verdant is kind of rough. I also kind of want to keep the Verdant for a black source, so I think I actually just might ping myself off the canopy to play this Knight, because it's already a 4-4, which is nice, so making it a 5-5 isn't that much of a deal. Okay, that's a huge win, getting that Knight into play. I guess Brazen Borrower is a pretty good out for my opponent. And if they attack with the Elemental, I'm definitely not blocking, because I don't want to get bolted after damage. They're going to make the Knight bigger. Interesting. If they pass, this is pretty huge. They're thinking of something. Keep your composure. Got 3 days off after today, so we'll catch up on the VOD when I'm off. Very cool. Knight of the Royal Career for President? Yeah, I'd love her to be President. Would be very nice. Opponent thinking about attacks. Maybe they have, like, main deck Vapor Snag. Brazen Borrower is probably a card that I could definitely see this deck playing in the main deck. I think if I draw a Plague Engineer, I'm pretty happy to go after a Human, because that also hits Delver. Wow, okay. Not the greatest. This does mean I have access to Dried Arbor. I could also attack if I'm game enough, but I don't think that's a line that's good enough. I do have to consider my opponent going wide. But I think maybe even just brainstorm, maybe like wastelanding my opponent is better. Especially if they go to upkeep. I also have to keep my life total pretty high, so it's a ballet between when do I want to keep them off 3 mana for something like True Name, and when do I want to just allow them to attack in and tap that Knight in upkeep to make sure they can't do anything. Underground Sea. Oh, maybe they're playing Fatal Push. That would be very good. Petty Theft. It's pretty good. I think even Wasteland would be okay here. Dried Arbor. Maybe I should have fetched it. Hey Angus MTG, welcome. A lot of lag on their side. I'm gonna go for a Savannah. Play the fetch lane because that plays around days. And then play the knight again. I'm gonna force it. Rough. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much Plague Engineer or bust here. I mean, you take it. They have one card left. I think we have to name Elemental. Just because they can go wide with these. Let's go for Scrubland because it gives me access to double white if needed. Maybe Bayou's better because of something like Scavenging Ooze off the top. Sadly can't play around days. Is it days? Feels like days. Putting up a fight at least, yeah. Elemental. Play Dried Arbor. Hey, Headshot. I believe it's 7 rounds. Come on, Skoos. Skoos or Green Suns would be really nice. They get Brazen Borrower next turn, so that's pretty good. Sadly, I think the Borrower was going to get there for them. Okay. I guess we can get in with the Dried Arbor. Yeah, that would be nice. Hey, Thick as Thieves, welcome. Thanks for the follow. I hope you're well. They only have one card in hand as well, which is kind of nice. I attacked with the Dried Arbor because of Wasteland as a live draw instead of attacking with the Plague Engineer. I'm going to cast this, that's fine. Swords it. You can't have that. And then we can just 6 for our turn. Alright, it's a good win. Wasteland, and that's the reason why I attacked with the Dried Arbor, because then they could just Wasteland the creature. Fatal Push. Okay, well, that's a pretty good 2. Let's be honest. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. No cards in hand. I guess we could go for Scavenging Ooze here. I think Skoos is best. Skoos and then eat 2 creatures. I think Skoos is better than Knight. Yeah. Skoos does look the safest. They do have 3 bolts left, but I can make the Ooh, Hex Drink is also interesting, but I don't have the mana for it, so it will be Ooze. That also puts me above 2, which is nice, so I don't technically have to block, but I think I will, no matter what. Yeah, attacking with the Arbor was ballsy, let's be honest. 1 fade. Alright. One top, one bottom. Okay, Ponder, sure. How many more creatures? 1? Just 1. They chose not to shuffle as well. That's brutal. Something like Gurmag would be pretty sweet. Opponent thinking really hard here. I'm starting to think they just have lag issues, and it's not just that considering everything very specifically. This feels like Gurmag Angler. Yep. Alright. What do we draw? Script Ranger. Interesting. Okay, Script Ranger with Dryad Arbor is a blocker for pretty much ever, which is kind of nice. Bird. And there's only 1 creature still. I probably just want to play the Scrib here and then eat a bunch of stuff in the graveyard so they can't just cast another Gurmag, but I don't think I can keep them off. Enough creatures. Maybe I can. This is fine, because we get to go to blocks, block with Dryad Arbor, and then before damage we get to play Scrib Ranger, which they can't do anything here too. We then get to float green and use Ooze to eat. Let's go after Lightning Bolt. And then I guess in case they did draw another Gurmag, I do just want to eat everything now. I assume they would have eaten in their turn, but we get to untap this, return Dryad Arbor. Oh, I should have actually floated 3. That was incorrect. I should have, yeah, floated more mana here. But I will just eat Bird here. I guess I should have, yeah, this is bad. But I should have eaten Fatal Push just in case they run like a Snapcaster Mage or something, because then I would have 2 mana to eat it instead. Okay, good. They have one card, but they haven't played it yet. Interesting. Oh, that is passing. Wow, okay. Yes, please. Ooh, Wasteland's pretty nice. I get to take them off red, or I get to play the Dryad Arbor. I think I just have to play the Dryad Arbor, unfortunately. This is still game 1. I do get a free attack here. I get to attack for 6. Okay. And now I get to float a green, untap Scavenging Ooze, return this. Eat Ponder. Play Dryad Arbor, and pass back. Script Branch at MVP, something like they're gonna brainstorm here, okay. Yeah, I think Bolt is gonna be a tough time either way, which is rough, but another young Pyromancer. They probably just attack with everything, right? Yeah. Now it's just going to go way out of hand, unfortunately. Haha, sadly no Jide. The unfortunate thing is we can't draw both Plague Engineer and a Black Source. They're just going to attack with this again. That's actually quite interesting. I think we still just bounce. There's no creatures in the bin, unfortunately. QB would be very good. There is some thought that maybe letting it die and eating it is better. Tracker? Okay. I can play... I'm not playing around Daze here, which hopefully doesn't bite me. Okay. Dryad Arbor. Trigger. I could waste them off red, but I think the Dryad Arbor is just a little bit better here, but you never know. Yeah. I would love to take them off red, but it just hasn't been an option yet. To be fair, maybe the play was to let the Dryad Arbor die, eat it with Ooze to make this a 6/6, which then just blocks the Gomag anyway, and then we can Wasteland them. But yeah, this is looking really tough. The clue does give us an out to Black Source into Plague Engineer, but outside of that, yeah, it's tough. Now that we have the tracker, yeah, I think the Dryad Arbor can definitely die here. They're going to attack with everything. Okay. So move to blocks. One plague left. Sonny. This isn't great. Yeah, get rid of Pyromancers at all costs. So I think it's something like Scoo's here. Dryad here. Scrib here. Tracker here. That means we keep these two, which is nice. We go to 1. Oh, they have the bolt? Ah, rough. Good games. All right. That was a cool game. I mean, we had a 5-lander, which was bird and 4 lands, so can't be too unhappy. I do like the chokes. I do like the Zealous. I don't like the Gaddock Teeg. I don't like this second library. I don't really like the Knight of Autumn. I think this is pretty solid. I think this is all I want. Kai is interesting, but I think this is good enough. That was a cool game. That was a cool game. I think the big thing there was not letting the Dried Arbor die to make the Ooze a 6/6, and then wastelanding the following turn instead of playing the Dried Arbor again. That was probably the big one. But at least we learn. We learn from our mistakes. At least, yeah, we put ourselves in one of the best positions possible to try to get there. Oof. But yeah, I mean, the Black Splasher, a great reason to play black is cards like Young Pyromancer, which some of the variants like green-white can have a bit of an issue with if they do get to untap with it and protect it at all costs. Because, you know, knights can be, you know, 10/10s, but 10 1/1 elementals don't really care about one knight, which is pretty tough. Even little things, maybe attacking with that Dried Arbor was another one that gives 2 life back. Like if we didn't attack with the Dried Arbor, that's 2 life that we would have had around for the Young Pyromancer to not attack into, and then the 1 life from the Scavenging Ooze we could have gained. That's 4, which means Bolt isn't there, but it's tough. It's tough. Magic has a lot of lines. And variance is what makes the game so great. So let's just hope we get some good play in game 2, and then maybe if there's a game 3, we can get there as well. I like this hand. I think has a lot of mana, which is nice. If I fetch first, I can then go for a turn 2 knight if I draw it and make it a 4/4. Probably don't mind just getting a Savannah for the bird. Skoos I don't really want to play until there are creatures in the bin. So like best case is turn 1 bird, turn 1 Delver, turn 2 hold up Zealous Persecution, no flip, play Young Pyromancer, and then just go for it. Opponent goes to 6 cards. Let's go for Savannah. Go for bird. Bolt's okay. That actually makes me kind of want to play the Ooze now if I don't draw another creature. Thalia is actually pretty perfect. So let's go for Thalia, because if Thalia doesn't stick around, that's 2 creatures in the bin. 4 Ooze. Days? Rough. Not the worst, though. Wasteland's okay. Now I like Green Suns for probably bird, so that then we can untap next turn, play Ooze, and also have access to 2 green mana. I guess I don't need to go. I can go for a Noble Hierarch here if I really want to. Opponent thinking of forcing this. I like Noble, yeah, because then I can play the Ooze and also hold up 2 mana for the 2 creatures. But opponent might have other opinions. Hextrick is also pretty interesting though. But I think it is just noble. At least if I pump into Scavenging Ooze, I gain 2 life. If I pump into Hexdrinker, I don't. And Scooze as a 4/4 is pretty close to Hexdrinker as a 4/4. Misty, okay. Canopy. We can't Zealous with this mana, but that's fine. I don't want to Zealous yet. If this Scavenging Ooze resolves, I get to kind of play around the Misty, which is nice, because if they try to fetch after the Scooze is in play, I get to make a 4/4 straight away. But if they don't, then it's kind of a nice play of like, do I get to untap here? Like, now my opponent's in a really bad position. Because now I get to go Windswept Heath, attack with Ooze, which if it gets Exalted, it means I get to play around Bolt even more. Because if they bolt it here, I get to go eat, it becomes a 4/4 with 3 damage on it. But if they try to bolt it early on, I get to, yeah, with all this mana, I get to respond to it again by eating the same creature and putting it above the bolt on the stack. Haha, yeah, Epic, you got it. You got it. I'll give you that. Okay. So yeah, it's really interesting that they let this happen. So now because it's a 3/3, I am gonna eat Bird. Becomes a 4/4. Okay. Well, now I will just play Hexdrinker. Pump into it once. And then hold up 2 mana for the Scavenging Ooze. I also get to hold up Zealous Persecution here, which is kind of nice, but I would have to fetch a Scrubland to cast it. I guess I do have a second Bayou, actually, so I can get that. Why would you eat now while it's a 4/4? I guess I could eat now as well, that's very correct. Yeah, I guess now I can actually eat no matter what, so I might actually fetch here. Actually, the 1 life is fine. I'm just gonna eat Thalia now, so that it's a 4/4 in their turn. That's a good point, Go. Yeah, Borrow is a big card. I kind of want to keep up the Windswept Heath for Dryad Arbor. Maybe go wide that way. Zealous Lethal incoming. I guess Fatal Push is also a pretty good card for my opponent, which they could have. Playing Grixis does give them the option for that, which is a pretty nice answer for Scavenging Ooze here. No, okay. Don't play into Rough, as in Rough Tumble. Plague. That's going to be okay. Probably killing Hex here. This does take me down to just one black source, but I think getting Dryads here fine, because I can keep getting damage through with Dryad Arbor thanks to Exalted. Wasteland. Okay, so I can Wasteland a Wasteland here, which is actually pretty nice as well. Can also draw a card off the Canopy. There's a few options here. I don't mind drawing off Canopy first. Plague. Okay, nice. Now I don't mind attacking with Dryad Arbor. And now I probably just want to waste the Wasteland. Just to keep my black source around. I'm not too afraid of what they could have with this mana because we have the Zealous and the Engineer. Push is pretty good. Pond is fine. Pretty happy just to name Human with this Plague Engineer. Graph Cage is more than fine. They're going to attack. I could block here with the Zealous, but I think I'm happy just to let this slide. Another Plague. Okay. Let's put down one and name Human, because that stops Delver and Young Pyromancer. Looks like they're considering forcing this. No. Human. I feel like I feel like they have a sweeper and they wanted to attack first. We do have a second Plague, which is nice. And maybe they did that to, like, make me block, but we do have a second one, so I actually am going to block here just to save the 2 life and trade these. And if they want to cast a Young Pyromancer or a Delver, that's more than fine. Yeah, True Name's fine. We've got Plague Engineer. This is great. It is a TNM, but we kind of have our own TNM, which is kind of nice. Wasteland, okay. That's pretty nice. Nice. Probably Rogue? Is it a Rogue? Because that also hits Brazen Borrower. ROG, sorry. Nice. Gonna hit their red. And then get in with Dryad Arbor. Whew. Haven't shown the Zealous yet, which is always nice. Ponder. I've definitely been on the back of Delver players who can win within a few minutes, unfortunately, but hopefully this is going to go to a game 3. We will see. Delver? That's fine. Ramanap. Oof. Really nice. Opponent has 1 card left. I'm going to attack first with both. No blocks. Maybe they will block. Opponent in the red. No, okay. I am going to hit Underground Sea. They're going to fetch. Possibly for Bolt. Okay. Zero cards for opponent. Force of Will. Okay, that's a dead card, which is nice. Swords. I don't mind swords and attack in. Gain 3, attack for 3. Nice, okay. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Whew. Yeah, Cage is an interesting one, but I think we're going to be okay with it. Kind of like Kaya. Yeah, I don't mind Kaya. I don't mind taking out the second choke on the draw. Even the Tiles Tracker. I think Track is just a little bit open. I think as well Kaya is a little bit nicer because the life gain can be relevant against a Delver opponent on a clock. Hey Ernby, welcome. Yeah, I think Green Suns is just so good that if they have Graph Cage, they have Graph Cage. Hey Carl, and hey Matchlord. Thanks for the follows. Thank you to everyone coming in and watching. Really nice to have you here. It's coming up to 1 AM, so... yeah, this would be really nice to get. Just gotta make sure that we take the time. We have, I think, 7 minutes on our opponent, so we can take some time to figure out what we want to do each turn. And this is a pretty perfect hand. I'm definitely keeping this. Great against the Delver start in both Sword and Script Ranger. We have mana for days. We have Scoos to eat our creatures once they die. We don't have black mana, but we have some time to draw into it, which is nice. Ponder. Okay. Hey Valkut, thanks for the bits. You're having your morning coffee? Very nice. Big fan of coffee. If we draw a Wasteland here, let's see what they did. They chose to not shuffle. Okay. Celis. Okay. Opponent taking a lot of time for these decisions, which is really adding up, as you can see. I'm not going to put it past them to win in 4 minutes, but it is definitely tough. If you are a player that has to take time, that's more than fair, but if you're a player who has to take time and is also down to 3 minutes on a clock, it's going to start really applying some pressure that you don't want to be feeling. And I get to sit back and relax being a non-blue deck, which is kind of nice. Mum. So here, I think I'm actually happy just to... I can kind of play the Scrib Ranger for free, which is nice, but I just want to get rid of the Delver first. Nice. Now we get to go land, play Scrib Ranger, untap Noble, return the Forest, play Mum. Pass. Brainstorm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, the best thing about a Maverick deck is that you get to F6 sometimes and just take in what your opponent's doing, have a good think about your hand. You know, a Black Source does make this a lot nicer. But, you know, we have some aggression with the Scrib Ranger. If the Mum untapped, it's really nice against Bolt and Fatal Push. Wow, okay. Savannah, okay. I am going to play the Forest, and then I'm just going to attack with the Scrib Ranger. I don't want to play the Scavenging Ooze yet. I think the Ooze is a card that I want to play after some creatures are in the yard. I don't want to lose it to something like Rough Tumble, so I'm pretty happy just to see if we can pass with it here. Ooze feels a safe play. I guess seeing that they're playing Young Pyromancer and True Name, they're probably not playing Rough Tumble, so that's actually probably a reason to... Yeah. Probably play Ooze and maybe just eat some of the yard to keep a Gomag off the field. We also have Scrib Ranger for double protection with Mum, which is nice. Nice. Alright. Land it is. I guess Plague Engineer here would be pretty good. Plague on Human would be very nice. But if they're just going to Ponder, I'm pretty happy with that. It's just going to be a Delver. That is more than fine. I mean, we have Scrib Ranger, which has Pro Blue, which is nuts. Okay, there's a Black Source, which is nice. Let's get in with Scavenging Ooze. I think attacking with Screws here is fine. Getting Exalted and attacking for 3. We don't have to attack with both the Scrib Ranger and the Scavenging Ooze here, especially because of the Mum. Yeah, Persecution also allowing our creatures to beat something could be relevant. But I don't really want to take my opponent's clock into consideration. I just want to play this out like a normal game. Yeah, thankfully looking pretty good for us. Hey Jack, hope you're well. How many people in challenge? That's a good question. Hopefully in a few minutes we can just go back to the screen and show you. Cool. Let's play Bird. Play Savannah. I am just going to eat now to stop something like a Gomag going down. There's no need to hold up mana, which is nice. Looks like they're going to do something here. Petty Theft Mum. This is fine because we can give Pro Blue. Nothing happens. Now we have a creature to eat, which is interesting. Because the Brazen Borrower now didn't resolve. And we get to untap the Mum here, returning the Savannah. Just to make sure it's untapped. No flip from Delver. Wasteland, that's okay. That's fine. You do you, opponent. Black. Fatal push on Skoos. Go to get pro black. They're going to try to bolt in response. They're going to try to petty theft in response. They're going to try to abrade in response. Well, now we get to go Scrib Ranger, untap Mum, return Forest. Mum target scavenging ooze, give pro red. Abrade resolves, fizzles. Mum resolves, pro black. It fizzles. Yes, that is a way to win. Nice. 5-0. Very nice. Haha. GG's. That's nice. Very cool. 78 players. Nice. Getting pretty lucky in some of these games, I will say, so. Hey TWN, thanks for the bits. Very cool. Miaya is 5-0 with breakfast. Very cool. Ernb, you are more than welcome to share a deck list. How many rounds? I believe it is 7 rounds. Yeah, headshot catcher. That's a really relevant play. Trying to get the mum to give pro to herself in a way is pretty nice. Hey, thanks Jimbo. All the best. Enjoy your Sunday, and I'll speak to you soon tomorrow about today about putting some stuff together for it. Yeah, breakfast is a really cool deck. I'm a big fan of it. Especially as a combo deck that can kind of turn into a Stoneblade deck. Pretty sweet. For those of you who haven't caught me before, my name is Dukes on Twitch. I usually stream Legacy Maverick Thursday nights at Australian Eastern Standard Time of 7:30 PM and Sunday morning around 10:30 AM. Australian Eastern Standard Time is GMT plus 10. I also am on YouTube. You can find everything here. The hands won't help. Okay, this is pretty good. I'll keep this. We get to Green Sun straight away and then hold up Abrupt Decay or Night or... Yeah, this is pretty good. I think we just bottom a land because we have Green Suns. Yeah, if you guys want to find me on YouTube, you can find me here. You can sub for free, which is cool. I usually do YouTube exclusive content again once a week. So usually put up a league of something around Maverick or D&T. Yeah, I think Bayou goes back. I think it is Bayou, and we just Green Suns off the forest. And then Winslow Heath can get Scrubland, which gets all my colors online. What exactly is Maverick? I would say it's a creature-based deck, typically green-white, that has a bunch of creatures that disrupt and pressure at the same time, which is a pretty broad spectrum. If you do actually want to figure it out, you can look at the history page of the Green Sun Zenith, which you can find here. Alright, that resolves, which is nice. My opponent's on 7. Four color gives modern. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. I guess we're just holding up Abrupt Decay here then. Unless we draw Wasteland. Thalia. Thalia does stop the combo on turn 2, but if they have Force of Will, it's pretty tough. So I think I just want to Abrupt Decay this and attack for 1. We're definitely playing the Windswept Heath. I think, yeah, just to make sure we can play around Force, I'm happy just to fetch here for Scrub. Decay this. Get in for 1. And then next turn if we draw a land, we can 2-spell, which is really nice. You're in your basement gym lifting those damn weights. Nice, man. Keep it going. I guess Cradle's also interesting. Cradle doesn't do a whole lot. Cradle, yeah. Cradle allows us to play the Thalia first. And then we can still cast the Sylvan Library, but then we can cast the Sylvan Library around Force if they tap out this turn. Island. Stoneforge, okay. That's a pretty good pivot strategy. They get Shuko, okay. Green Suns. This is a tough one. We are not playing Oof in the main deck, we're playing Gaddock Teeg this time. Oh, we are playing Oof in the main deck. Are we? That's not the deck. Which deck am I playing? It's one of these. I think it's this one. This looks more like it. Yeah, this is it with Oof in the sideboard. Okay. Oh, okay. I could Green Suns for Scrib Ranger, which is interesting. And then I could play the Sylvan Library. Yeah, Knight's also interesting because it turns on Wasteland. I don't mind Sylvan Library because it allows us to just really try to get some card advantage going. I think it's Library hold up Scrubland to act like we're holding up Swords to Plowshares. And I might float white, think. Untap and pass. Don't ever do that. It's definitely not worth it. Yeah, they can just win here, which is pretty rough, but... Oh, hey, Walk Deplane. That is an interesting one. They're going to equip here. Okay. They're going to get some beats going. Yeah, I'll have to work on the contact form. But if you want to PM me on Twitch, I can then send you... Oh, they're playing black. Interesting. And green. Interesting. Living Wish. Okay, that's pretty good. They get Cephalid Illusionist. Okay. Canopy. Okay. I think he would just pay for these, but we just play the Canopy and Green Suns for Night of Autumn. This is actually pretty tough. Maybe Green Suns for Ooze. Black and green are kind of normal. Okay. Yeah, it's Night of Autumn or Ooze. Night plays to the board really well because it hits the Shuko, but it doesn't play well into anything else. Teeg does stop Dread Return as well, that's true. Yeah, if we play Night, we're dead. If we play Child's Tracker, we're dead. If we play Thalia... I guess if they don't have a land, they can't flash back the Dread Return. Ooze is nice because it's also just a 3/3. I mean, Ooze means they have to have either Force and blue card, outside of Illusionist, or an extra Swords to Plowshares in hand. So I think we still pay for these just to make sure we can try to dig for another card. Yeah. Play the Canopy. Yeah, I think it is Ooze. It's tough because Green Suns for Knight of Autumn does deal with what's on board, which is this half of the combo, which means my opponent has to find the other half of the combo as well, or just already have it in hand. I think I sadly just go for Green Suns for Knight. Hey Echo, welcome. Yeah, it's Ooze Autumn, and I like Autumn because it still plays to the board. Yeah. They have a Daze. Rough. I guess Daze would have got there anyway because they could just Daze the Green Suns. Tough. Yeah, it's tough because Ooze gives them the combo and tries to stall it, whereas at least the other Knight of Autumn tries to play out of it and take them off one piece. Tough one. But it happens. I mean, we had the decay straight away. That's fine. There's nothing really that I'm giving away here, so I'm happy for them to see my hand. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, getting around that is pretty awesome. Surgical. Okay. I'm not someone to play Surgical main deck, but cool name. Cool name for sure. I do just want to see more of the deck because I actually am... Probably can just 6 here, I guess. But yeah, really cool combo deck because it can pretty much and pretty easily side away from the combo towards a Stoneblade list. Like True Names in the sideboard. But nothing standoutish here. They play Sylvan Library, which is cool. They're gonna Cabal me again. Oh, they Cabaled themselves to put Dread Return in the bin. Cool. Yeah, even if we played the Thalia, they have the land to pay for the Dread Return flashback, which is tough. How many Dazes? We've currently seen... 1. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. 1, 2 days. Okay. Plague Engineer is fantastic. Ramanap and Tireless Tracker are probably 2 mid-range cards I can take out. I do like the Oof. I do like the Zealous Persecution. I do like the Thought Seizers. I think they're really good in either way that the deck goes. Yeah, the kill is mill yourself and then dread return back Thassa's Oracle to win with the trigger on the stack. Teeg is interesting. I do like it because of the dread return, if that is a thing. Agent for Wish? I don't think Agent works that way because they're not searching their library, they're searching their sideboard. But interesting. Choke's interesting as well, maybe as a one-of. Hex is probably a card I can take out here, especially against the Swords to Plowshares deck. Kaya does have some pretty good targets, that's correct. It also gets rid of the graveyard, which can be relevant. Probably not in the way that I want it to, though. I do like the mums as protection. I still like the Thalias, the Skoos. Scrib Ranger might be a card to take out here. Beast is nice if they're on the True Name plan. Hey Boyd, very cool to see you here. What matchups do the Kai's come in for? Any sort of decks that use their graveyard a little bit. So I like it against some of the control decks where they're playing Uro. It can be great against D&T if you want to take out Vile or Mum. If there's a chance to do so. Against Chalice decks, it's okay. Hey Tim Grant, welcome. Yeah, the ley lines are interesting. I think we can bring in enough hate to hate on the combo without having to use the ley lines in a way, which is nice. I'm going to drop on a library. What does that get us down to? 61. I could just see like a Wasteland coming out here. And this being the 60. I definitely don't mind this. At least one ley line would be cool. This is a pretty nice opening. Turn 1 Green Suns into turn 2 Thalia. If they turn 1 creature, we can just play Plague Engineer. Interesting hand. Pretty happy to fetch as well for a Savannah. Opponent kept 7 as well. Cool. Oof. Delta fetch. Okay. Island. Aether Vial. Okay. Vial's pretty strong. Noble. Let's quickly have a look, because they can just win next turn by violating... Oh. I just lost everything. There we go. Let's have a quick look at Cephalid Breakfast. Play around days? Yeah, so Cephalid Illusionist and Nomads. Cephalid is a Cephalid Wizard. Nomads is a Soldier Core. Yeah, I think I just want to go Plague Engineer here and name the blue one, because it also interacts with Shuko. Yeah, we'll see if this resolves first. I'm gonna force it. Hey Lawless, thank you. Thalia Nova prevents a combo as well. That's very true, yeah. It stops the Dread Return from being able to be flashbacked. Flashback. They did pitch a Narcomoeba, which is interesting. Ponder. Okay. Hey, IX Tuck, thanks for the follow. And Two Shot, thanks for the follow. Thanks everyone for the follows. It's been awesome. You are all welcome. I might start getting a little bit trippy with my speech, but it's getting a little bit early. What's Ponder do? Ponder chose not to shuffle. Okay. That's always pretty scary. Green Suns. Okay. I don't mind landing into Green Suns for Oof. This plays around days, and if they want to respond, they can, but if not, then we get to do some shenanigans. Nice. Thanks, Boyd. Getting a little bit early. Yeah, Oof can definitely get there, but I'm assuming they run removal like Swords to Plowshares, which, you know, Oof right now is pretty much in the open, so Colgate, a huge thank you. I don't want a 6 here, because I want to act like I might have, you know, Surgical Extraction in my hand, because they did name it in game 1, so they know that it is a card that could be good in this matchup. Hey, Crayon. Yeah, headshot, 100%. A lot of the time for Oof or Teeg, I'll try to go a bit higher. Okay, they get Illusionist. That's kind of scary. Cradle gives us mana. That kind of makes me want to draw first. Green, okay, that's nice. Well, now we can Green Suns for Oof as well. We can attack first. Yeah, I think Ooze is really good here, kind of MTG. Green Suns for Gaddock Teeg. I kind of like Ooze here because it also pressures a bit quicker as well. The question is, am I happy to play the Thalia here as well and just hold up the Noble Hierarch? I think I am. And just hold up 1 green? I think that's fine. Yeah, I guess why I like Ooze as well is that it attacks pretty nicely as well. It'll become a 3/3 at worst and then start beating in. I guess the downside of Teeg as well is that it turns off our future Green Sun Zenith. But yeah, it is definitely a consideration. 100%. That's what Maverick's all about. Need to get the rest of this up. Stream score, Spotify, card display. Cool. This feels like a Swords to Plowshares. Swords on Oof and then put in off the Vial. Swords on Ooze. Interesting. I'm gonna hold up Daze. I'd rather hold up Daze mana than eat something here. It's probably more relevant. Yeah. This is tough because Oof doesn't stop the actual just creature combo. See what they have. Hey Tim, I am currently 5-0. I wanted to Green Suns before Thalia. Ah, rough. Do they have a land as well? That's the big question. Alright, we get one turn. Beast. Not good enough. Tough. Yeah, maybe it comes back to us. Maybe I shouldn't have played the Plague Engineer in the blind. Especially seeing that Thalia and Noble Hierarch did stop a turn 2 win thanks to stopping Dread Return. Yeah, I think that maybe playing Plague Engineer a little bit later was correct. Yeah, maybe just not respecting the combo in game 2 was enough. Just always hard to sideboard against because it is such a good mid-range deck as well. Alright. Yeah, the combo with protection is really nice. Yeah, Thalia first is pretty nice because it also stops them being able to swords the ooze before it comes into play. Tough. That'll be 5-1. Wonder how they boarded. I would love to win the next one to definitely make sure it is, but hopefully if things do go wrong and X2 still makes it. But yeah, just some loose plays on my behalf. For some reason, I just didn't think about the turn 2 play of Thalia turning off the combo as well, because it does stop Dread Return. Hey, thanks, Saito. This is a 4-color Cephalid breakfast. Or just Cephalid breakfast, I guess, which you could call it. I'm just gonna get some water. I'll be back in a second. My mic is off. There we go. What do you think of the new MH2 card that will be in the Strixhaven Masterpieces? They didn't activate the vial. They had 3 mana and they cast their 2 creatures. Unfortunately. I haven't seen any of the new cards actually, so I'll have to have a quick look. Ah, Tainted Pack. Interesting. Tainted Pack is a good reprint. Very interesting artwork on some of these cards. Natural Order is a very interesting piece of art. Julian, what do you think of this? Very, very interesting. I'll say that. You don't like cards that break the frame? Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Yeah. You like the Faithful Saluting? Interesting. Oh, there's a Lightning Helix? That's cool. God's Willing? Nice. I feel like some of these will be really nice in foil. Oh, Regrowth? Nice. Ah, Regrowth is really nice. Okay. More like a disgrace for any Elves player? Haha, that's classic. Oof. So there is a 6-0, nice of course, in Maya. Sub is also 5-0. Nice, this is going to be a tough one. But yeah, little considerations. Always things to work in your game plan. Alright. This is what we're doing. 68Ks was pretty good, I'm gonna say that. Ooh. For some reason, just top of my head, I'm thinking barley. I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's the architecture of these buildings and the greenery. Typically feels like Asia Pacific. A lot of like tropical trees and palms, which makes me think it's gonna be close to the sea. Check plates. I can't unfortunately check plates. They are all out, but those are some pretty normal cars. Traffic lights don't look any different to Australia. Ah, there we go. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say this is like maybe Bali or Thailand. It says Singapore, but that could be from anywhere, being a delivery truck. Upper Thompson Road. We have a man walking. It's Singapore? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to say Singapore along the coast somewhere. But where? This is where I stay. Hey, Kilib. Singapore used to be British. Interesting. Ooh, that was the name of a restaurant. Baliong Way Whole Seafood Restaurant. Oh, there. That's it. Peach something. Peachgraph. We're in Peachgraph. It's probably not it. Let's be honest. Most of the world used to be British. It doesn't seem like I'm getting any closer. I can see actually skyscrapers in the distance, which, to be fair, could be on the beach, but I'm going to say that's inland. These are some long-ass streets. Actually, this definitely feels like it's getting more, yeah, more inland. Let's follow this long road. Yeah, this feels like suburbia. Some of it still is. I like that a lot. All right, we're going for Singapore. And what does the sky tell us so much? Bit of smog. You've never been to Singapore? I've been to Singapore maybe once for a flyover. That was it. It's looking pretty dense. What are we looking at? A lot of greenery, but not many hills. I can't see too many hills here. I'm trying to see if there's like anything. Like it's all pretty flat. Botanic Gardens. Yeah, I'm gonna say like around. We did see some skyscrapers in the distance, so I'm gonna say it's over here. Maybe like up here. Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst. No. Oh, wait until the game resumes. Okay. Oh, 10k off. 10k off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? I have isn't it? Surely 10k is pretty good when you have the world. Nuts. Nice. Can you do it again? Okay, we can do it again. We can do it again. Here we go. Oh, this definitely looks like Australia. This is 100% Australia. You can even see a road train down here that is most likely carrying... Interesting. Rio Tinto? Yeah, Rio Tinto is a big mining company in Australia. You can even see the red soil. This is probably going to be up in NT somewhere. Doesn't really give us much else. This does look like a main road at least. Hold up, this isn't Maverick. Stark Industries. This is going to be tough. This is not going to give me much. This could also be Western Australia, to be fair. I'm going to say it might actually be Western Australia based on the greenery. Wild guess, but I think it's in the bush. Yeah, I'm going to say it's in the bush as well, Julian. You're onto something here. Which, it's just, yeah, this is 80%, if not 90% of Australia for you. So, if you're looking to come to Australia, be ready for it. Yeah, look at that, a ute. There we go. Bloody trying to pick up the nearest servo. Going down to his servo 1,000 Ks away for a 4 and 20 and a nice break. Pilbara? Okay. Pilbara. Wonder how long this goes for if we can just keep going. Haha, Uli. That's a good one. Yeah, I think we've just got to take a wild guess here and go for somewhere. This is a tough one. Australia is so big. Seeing that it is... it just seems a little bit greener than I would expect the Northern Territory to be. It's not so barren. So I feel like it's kind of more coastal. So maybe top of Western Australia. Like, we do want a main road. But it doesn't look like a main road, if you get me. It looks like a kind of second hand, like a... But that's a tough one. I think we've got to go for... Did an iron mine truck go by? Yeah, I'm just not sure where those are in Australia. Gonna assume they're either inland. Look, I am gonna go with... There's a mountain, but... This is a real tough one. Could be anywhere. Is there any signal of anything to give me other than just the... I mean, I guess one thing to notice is that there have been a few cars on the road. I think we've seen about 4. I haven't been up here. It's pretty big for people in their later years, especially for traveling around Australia and getting some like caravanning going. All right, let's keep going back this way. Oh, that's it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a pin in the... I have a feeling it's up this way. I'm gonna guess... Oh! Off a bit. Okay. But still, Western Australia, not the worst. Interesting. A lot closer to Civ than I thought. But that does make sense, being like as I said, one of the secondary roads, not as big as the main roads. So yeah, that's a tough one. Oof. Oh, this is screaming Europe to me. Which ways are the cars on? Okay, so the cars are on the opposite side of the road for Australian. Yeah, for Australians they are. So this is most likely Europe. Have some motorcyclists. Let's get down to these trucks and see what they say. Slowly getting there. Hey, white faces, welcome. Just got back from a walk. Very nice. What's the weather like in London right now? Actually, 11 degrees Celsius. Nice. Come on now. Ah, did I always pass it? Okay, another one. Here we go. Hesses? Warehouse transport systems, all English. Interesting. Good enough for the dogs to chase sticks and get all mud. Dude, I'm just jealous you said dogs as a plural. I would love to have dogs. Not even just a dog. How long till the next round starts? Coming down to what looks to be the last match between Julian. Okay, well Julian was in chat, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. This is a tough one. Still nothing really that gives it away. Oh, here's a sign. Aha, okay. This is looking... I'm not sure what sort of language that is. I'm going to assume Eastern Europe. Poland? Yeah, something like that. kind of looks like we're in the thick of it. On like a main road as well. Oh wait, so it says... Kahilm. Your father is Polish? Nice. Legacy connection. Yeah, this is definitely looking like it. Oh, what's this? Cal? No. Looking for a Cal. Col, Ca. Oh, so close. Calin. Ooh. Okay. Hungarian, yeah. That's Hungarian to you? Yeah, it does look it does look Hungarian as well. Look, we're just gonna go for a sneaky hit here. 87 kilometers. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's be honest. These have been okay. We've got a 10, an 87, and a 61. Yeah, what did we get? Game breakdown. Yeah, 68 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 87. Nice. Would have been on the dot if it weren't for kind of MTG. No, kind of MTG, you're more than fine. Nice. This is actually really addictive. Oh. Okay, on the play. This hand is pretty good. I'll keep this. Just gonna go for a Savannah into Noble Hierarch. Alright. Kind of rushed me there, but let's hope this is okay. Oh, it's their turn 1. Okay. Is this the mirror? No. This might be the mirror. Alright, I mean, if there's anything to test me, it's definitely the mirror. Let's go for Savannah into Noble. Just gonna 6 here. Misty, okay. Green White Depths? Yeah, it could definitely be Green White Depths as well. Elvish, oh no. Okay, we do have Cradle for Green Suns, which is nice. Yikes. Okay, Elves is going to be tough. I guess we could top deck. Plague would be nice, but we need a land for it as well. I think here we just have to go for Green Suns for Teeg. But we kind of get some free creatures. I don't think the Thalia is free. Because the Thalia will tax us. Yeah. Sad face. Classic. Okay. Yeah, I think here we have to just go for Teeg, unfortunately. So we do get a free Noble Hierarch. And then Cradle makes 2, and then this makes Teeg. Which is nice. I mean, they haven't cast a Green Suns yet or a Natural Order. This is exactly the board state where I do like Zealous Persecution in my board over Plague Engineer number 3, and it's the main reason for it, but Glimpse here is going to be probably a little bit too good to overcome. Tough. Nettle. Nettle really nice with the glimpse as well. Oh, they did Green Sun's turn 1? Yeah, build. You're very correct. Apologies. Shepherd. Okay, that's a great way to play around Gaddock Teeg. Definitely looking like a combo turn. Tough. But at least we can sit here and enjoy what Legacy Elves has to offer. Yeah, we do have a fair bit of stuff on the board, which is nice. Opposition Agent, Thoughtseize, Zealous Persecution, Kaya. Which is pretty sweet. Unfortunately, we can't top deck Plague Engineer and Black Source. But at least we haven't shown black yet, so... I do get to go, like... Wasteland Dryad Arbor while the Elvish Reclaim is offline. And they don't have a Quirion Ranger. Play Thalia. And then we can... Can't play Knight and Sylvan Library, unfortunately. I guess if there is a chance, it's through Library, so... We still haven't shown black, which is really nice and definitely a benefit to this match. But I assume they're going to untap, make a bunch of mana, and just Allosaurus Shepherd us. Yeah. Can they do it multiple times? I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't give +5/+5, it just makes them 5/5s. Hey Tim Grant, a huge thank you for the sub. That makes this all the better to take in. Yeah, so we have 2 blocks. We can block some things, but unfortunately that's just going to be game. Alright, so what do we like? We like Thoughtseize on the play. We like Opposition Agent. We like Zealous and Kaya. 7 cards. I'm not a big fan of Thalia. I don't think Thalia does enough. I'm not a fan of Ramanap. I don't think so. Tracker is definitely coming out. Hex Drinker can come out. And then one more. It probably is just the Night of Autumn. I think this is fine. This feels pretty good. The Ramanap can be live, especially to grab a Wasteland from the bin, if need be. I think I'm pretty happy with just how this goes. There's some thought to Kaya, but I don't think we really want it. It's more for the other mid-range and control decks. Really want to make sure we have some black mana in our opening hand and at least one removal spell. So a fetch land would be great. A Source of Plowshares would be fantastic. And this is pretty close to perfect. Not perfect, but I do really like it. I probably want to seize turn 1 to make sure I can take a Thoughtseize from them, because them taking Zealous would be pretty huge here. Just gonna go for Bayou. Opponent went to 6 as well. Why would Ranger Shepherd decay? I guess we take Wirewood because it can return the Shepherd or the Ranger. And just not care about the decay. By Insect? That's also pretty interesting. You would take decay and draw Engineer? Yeah. It's definitely not the Shepherd, it's definitely not the Ranger. They do have quite a slow hand, which is nice for us. Yeah, I think we care about the Wirewood. I think that's the card we care about. Especially if they draw into Elvish Visionary. That's how they can really start getting the chain going. Yeah, Symbiote is the engine. There's a Forest. And there's a Birchlaw Rangers? Or a Green Suns. That would actually be really nice for us, because then the Zealous would be great. Okay, Birchlaw it is. Land. Okay, let's go... Forest into Bird Pass. I guess I could hold up Zealous to play around hand disruption, but I think building my board here is fine. Maybe getting to a stage where this questing beast is just going to attack next turn. I wouldn't mind that. They drew a land, so they're not playing the Cabal here. Interesting. They're going to pass with 2 mana up. Did not expect that. Green Suns. Okay. Green Suns Fatigue is interesting. We know they have the decay, so I actually don't really want to play into the decay just yet. I think just Bayou into Questing Beast is fine. Yeah, if only Plague Engineer could be found. Interesting. I'm not too sure what my opponent is doing here. Maybe they don't want to throw their Shepherd into a Plague Engineer or something. Try to not build out too much to the board. And thankfully, like, Wasteland's really live here. Wasteland on Cabal Pit and then Green Suns for, say, like, a Knight of the Reliquary is pretty nice. They're just going to pass back. Interesting. Maybe they have Natural Order. Swords. That's actually pretty nice. That means that Natural Order isn't coming down next turn. So I definitely want to attack first. And then just swords this. Play a land and pass. There's Shepherd. Okay. There's Wirewood. Okay. I do get to fetch here for Dryad Arbor, just to keep the damage going. Canopy. Let's draw a card. Okay. Pretty happy to attack first and just keep them off Natural Order. It's tough though. I think I have to Zealous here just to get in the extra damage as well. because then next turn they hopefully can't get there with creatures. It means we get through 5, 6, 7, put them down to 5, which means we can then green suns for an exalted creature next turn to get in with questing beast, which is kind of nice. I think this is okay. Oh, one exalted creature doesn't do enough, actually. Okay. Yeah, Symbiote is pretty sweet. Maybe the play was actually to hold the canopy and just hold up the swords to plowshares to make sure I could get in. Green Suns. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Nice. There we go. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Noble 1. Noble 2. Very cool. Zealous putting in the work. Nice. Alright, game 3. Unless they have something spicy. Okay. Okay. Oof. Oof. Alright. Now they know. Now they know. Hey, Bookish Matt. Very cool to see you. No changes. No changes. Let's see if we can do this. You still don't have the Australian flag? I should definitely make an Australian flag emote. Haha. Find the Austrian one? I should make the Austrian one. The Austrian one does seem pretty cool. You would change Hex Drinker with Ooze? That's pretty interesting. The only reason that I like Ooze is that I have seen Cabal Pit. And I've also seen Elvish Reclaimer. And Ooze can be good, especially in a fair game where I've got a lot of, hopefully a lot of removal. This is pretty good. We have 3 removal spells, and then we have Night to follow it up with. We have 18 minutes as well, so we can just take all the time we need. Whew. Wirewood is okay. Nettle. Okay. That's a card I'm happy to swords here. Probably just off a scrubland, which means that next turn we can Thoughtseize and Wasteland if needed. I could also Thoughtseize here, which is interesting. I don't want to wait in case they have a Cradle hand and they want to use the Nettle for mana. So I actually am pretty happy just to... I think I actually am happy to swords here instead and take that Nettle Sentinel. Yeah, they have nothing. Okay. Attack for 2, that's fine. They play a Misty into Allosaurus Shepherd. Okay. I think here I'm supposed to go Verdant Pass, not Bayou. Just to see if they go for Dryad or not in the end step. I assume they will. They're gonna untap. I really want to swords this Nettle Sentinel. We can't really keep them off. Natural order, but just gonna have to hope to. All right. Cradle. They have 3 cards, 2 are cradles. I think it's just Wasteland into Night here. And then just hope. Not really another great play. They probably just double fetch here. For Bayou. Okay. Maybe they have Abrupt Decay. Okay. This is fine. Cradle, 1. Hey, thanks, Grand Alberta. I will update that. Ooh, this is spicy. This is really spicy. Nice. Then we have the Green Suns to back it up with. So they have 1 Cradle in hand. Oh, I didn't play a land. I could have played a land. I didn't play a land. That's fine. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us. Yeah. Plains. That does come back to bite us, because now we can't Green Suns for Night this turn. I think it's just land pass. And then Green Suns for Night the following turn. Fetch Arbor Pass is also pretty interesting. Yeah. Hey, Matt. Cool to see you in chat. Decay. Okay. They didn't play a land either. So I guess we take the hit and just go for Night here. Knight's a 4/4. We know about the Cradle in hand for them. Okay, another Nettle's pretty good. I'm gonna draw a card first. Okay. I probably want to decay one of these Nettle Sentinels. And just get aggressive. Yeah, Decay and Waste is also interesting. Decay leaves them with 2 mana, which is nice. I can fetch for Dried Arbor as well. Yeah, I don't mind. They're going to attack. I'm going to go to 6. I didn't kill the cradle because I know they have another cradle, but maybe it was correct. I definitely will now that they have the Elvish Reclaimer. Now we're in a tough spot. Two attacks nearly get there. No blocks. If we fetch go to 5, which is lethal if they have an answer for the Dryad Arbor. Like a Cabal Pit. So I think we just put them to 7 and then have lethal with the Knight the following turn. Oh, I guess they can't Cabal Pit because they don't have the black mana to activate it as well. My other line was going for Ramanap Excavator instead of Knight, because I knew the canopy was there, so if it didn't hit, I could get it back at least. Are they going to attack with both? That's the question. Elves do sometimes use Bojuka Bog, that's correct, so they could get that. Definitely no attacks here. Another Reclaimer, that's pretty good. Maybe Green Suns for Questing Beast? Library. Too slow. Yeah, I believe they had another Cradle. They're getting a fetch land. Interesting. Because they have the Cradle, I assume they're getting Dryad Arbor to then tap Cradle for 4 and sack the Dryad Arbor. Or else Bog makes sense. Yeah. Tough. Oh, they're getting black. Okay. Oh, maybe they just have Decay. Rough. Good attack. So you're going to Decay with the trigger on the stack? I don't think there's anything we can do here. Can see, but I don't think there's anything here. Yeah. This resolves. We don't make mana with that. Just get Blast Zone? Yeah, Blast Zone would be nice. Rough. a bunch of nothing, unfortunately. Rough. Yeah, maybe it was getting the Knight. Maybe the Knight was the wrong choice. Maybe ramming up was just better because then we know it's definitely going to be either Wasteland or Canopy. And it's also a 2-3, which is relevant against the current beatdown strategy of Nettle Sentinels. Can't do too much. Yeah, the turn without playing a land was pretty huge. Not to get the Knight a turn earlier. I got the Knight because it was a faster clock. That was my only thought. That if we can get them to whiff on a few draws, then maybe there's a chance that we can get in with combat damage, but... yeah. Just happens sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, it would be cool to make it, but I can't be unhappy about a 5-2 on my first challenge. That's always nice as well. Some good times. Challenges are fun. The only non-fun part is that it's 2:15 a.m. So, for those of you who thought I might be streaming in the morning, I will not be streaming in the morning, unfortunately. I should move to Europe. Oh man, I would love to go have beers with you guys. Oh, that would be so nice. That'd be so nice. White Faces could bring his dogs. Plural, yes, plural. It'll so happen. I really hope. I'm not sure if is Bazaar of Moxen still a thing? Obviously, COVID hit it, but before COVID, was Bazaar still a thing, or did it kind of lose its wheels? Unfortunately, not. Don't Yeah. Don't, is it MKM Market? Does MKM Market have a series that's pretty good for Eternal players? I think I've seen some of their YouTube legacy content that looks pretty polished. MKM Market? Is that it? MKM? MKM Market MTG? Magic Card Market. There we go. Yeah, do they have a pretty big series, kind of like what Star City Games did to the east coast of Legacy? Two matches left. They have a card market series? Okay, cool. Third? Oh no. No, all good. Okay. Okay. I thought that was the final thing. How about I come to the 100k in October? That'd be pretty cool. I don't have the I guess I have the time off, and I do have the disposable income to go, but I don't have the ticket. That's the big thing. But Cal, I know you're going, which is very cool. Should be a lot of fun, especially to see some people as well. Dan's gonna be there? Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Card Market, also known as Magic Card Market. Okay. You learn something every day. There we go. The wait. The wait is horrible. There's a few 6-1s. But as we wait, here we go. These were pretty good for a first time. 10Ks? Come on now. 10Ks is brutally good. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Julian, we can smuggle. We can smuggle. Hey Jay, welcome. Yeah, I like the Legacy Safari. That sounds very cool. Hope you're well, Jay. Hope you're having a nice weekend. I hope everyone in here is having a nice weekend. Wherever you are. Wherever you are on this map. Daily challenge sounds cool. Is that just one off? I just like doing World. World's pretty fun. Oh, you have to pay? It is only $2 a month, let's be honest. It's pretty good. Hungover. Aaron's prepping the house for sale, just a bundle of fun over here. Hey, you got a house for sale? That's pretty cool. That's better than not having a house. Trying to get the interest in playing Magic again. That's always a tough one. Especially when you stream as well. I definitely find that there are times where I just don't have any interest in Magic whatsoever. I get sick looking at my trade binder. I think there's one more match. Yeah, one more match. Maddie and Gamashio. Some cool matchups so far. Yeah, some human error, which isn't the worst. It's always nice to have some things to learn and improve on after you've played a big league. The old border cards are very nice. I'm a big fan of those. 100%. That's very cool. Ooh. Yeah, they do look a lot better. Hey, Connor. Welcome. I am having fun in Legacy right now. I think Legacy is really fun. I know you're doing really well with, I think you're playing 4-color and Punishing Maverick, which looks really cool. So that's very cool to see. Whew. Definitely starting to hit me. I am just over 50 followers away from 2K Twitch followers as well. So if you do like this this content, definitely consider following, which is free. Andrew, thank you very much. That is very cool to see. Which would be an awesome thing to hit if I do keep playing this as well. Oxy, a huge thank you. Let me know where you guys are from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. So we played round 1, BUG Hogaak, 2-0. Round 2, Bant Breakfast, or Cephalid Breakfast, 2-0. Ant, 2-1. Rug Delver, 2-1. Grixis Delver, 2-1. And then we lost to Breakfast and lost to Elves. So a few things to definitely work on with some of our sequencing, things like that. Yeah, Paint is very cool. It is cool to see Painter back. I know there's like 2 versions. I think it was you, Callum, talking on Leaving a Legacy about strawberry cheesecake and strawberry something. It's like a pavlova. It's something else. Shortcake. And something with P, perhaps? Shortcake is red, white painter, and there was one other one. Parfait, there we go. Parfait. Parfait. That was it, yeah. Parfait was the one. Parfait is what I always forget. Different decks, but they got all muddled up. Strawberry Shortcake is red, white painter. Parfait, what does that even mean? Is like totally different. I believe parfait is a dessert. Oh, it looks so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's really nice. It's when you have like layers of things and you dip your spoon into it and get a little bit of everything when you pull it out. Oh. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my gosh. Actually, this is close to what I do for brekkie with yogurt and oats, like for overnight oats. It's pretty good. Hey, Apple. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? For now, we wait. We wait and see, which is very cool. Hey HD, thanks for the follow. Hey Apple Pies, very cool to hear. I was in your recommended as playing Maverick. Nice, nice. Very cool. Apple Pies, what do you play in paper or online? If you play Maverick, what sort of Maverick do you play? Hey HD, thank you very much. Hopefully all goes well in this round and we have a few more to go. What is the reason behind Mum Scrib over Stoneforge Mystic package? I'm a big fan, I guess, let's go to Decktech. Let's go to Decktech, there we go. I'm a big fan of cards like Gaddock Teeg and Scavenging Ooze. And obviously Collector Oof, but I was finding a lot of the time I was playing them against decks where I just didn't have any sort of protection, so things like Swords to Plowshares or Fatal Push or Bounce Effects just really pulled my strategy apart. So having Mums was really nice because I did take them out when Plague Engineer was around, but it isn't too big anyway, which is nice. So I kind of like having Mum because it's great against the Stoneforge Mystic variants, and it also protects my creatures on curve, which is nice. The only awkward thing is sometimes knowing when to go for a turn 1 Noble Hierarch or a turn 1 Mum over a Mana Accelerant, which typically isn't what you want to be doing because a turn 1 Noble just allows you to do so much, especially if you draw into a Knight of the Reliquary or something. But yeah, I personally really think the protection's really nice. But I can definitely see the appeal of Stoneforge as well because there's been a few matches where perhaps having equipment in the deck would have been a lot better than, the protection of Mum. It's not always as good as it can be. But yeah, Mum and Scrib did come up tonight. We got to save Mum from an Abrade and a Fatal Push in the same turn, which is kind of cool. Which is always nice to dunk on Delver, but yeah, I think the best part is about Maverick is that there's so many different builds you could be playing and doing well with, which I think you kind of have like, I don't know how many trophies, but I think you're definitely up there. Is it I think it's Flying Whales. Can I? There you are. 18 trophies. Insane. Insane. Very cool. Brecky? Yeah, Brecky is breakfast. What do you think about Hushbringer and Maverick? Oh, oh, I made it! Ah, yes! Oh, so cool, so cool. Yes. Oh, up against Elves again? Oh, are we? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Very cool. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, white faces. Too kind, too kind. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, you guys, too kind. Nice. Oof. Ooh, too kind, too kind. All right, let's do this. Let's learn from our mistakes, and hopefully do okay here. That'd be very cool. Hey Phil, good to see you in here as well. I hope you're doing well. Nice, very cool. Nice. Too kind. Welcome, new subs, Callum. Too kind. Too kind. Very nice. Very, very cool. On the play, which is really nice, up against Musabi, who I believe is on... I believe we played them on Cephalid Breakfast, which this hand is pretty good against. I'm definitely keeping it. I think against anything, it's a pretty good hand. Switch to deck mode. Thank you very much. In game. There we go. Too kind. Thank you very much. All right. Hey Yulin, a huge thank you for the tier 1 sub. A huge thank you. Too kind. Too kind. All of you. Everyone. So nice. So nice. Cephalid? Okay. Definitely going to attack in first. And then I don't want to show the Wasteland just yet, so I am just going to play the Thalia out. Yeah, Jack, very nice to be here with you. It's just one. I do have to. There's definitely a lot more a lot more work to do this morning, though. Making it's only the start. Taiga. Teeg is interesting. I did not expect... Oh, he plays Food Chain? Okay. Well, let's hope this Wasteland's pretty good. Night of Autumn. Okay. Well, definitely attacking first. Okay, that's a little win. Cradle, alright. I am gonna draw a card here because if I draw into a Noble Hierarch, I want to play it. Library, okay. This could also be like Applejacks. Take a Bolt Snow-Covered Island. Volcanic. Basic. Is this Mentor? I guess it could be Uro. Uro is pretty good here. I don't have the sword up, which is tough, but that's life. I think I like Cradle into Sylvan Library. I don't think I need to fetch here. At least we can 6 and just take in what our opponent's playing, because it looks like a pretty cool deck, let's be honest. Yeah, I guess the blue is pretty interesting out of this deck. Brainstorm, okay. Obviously just trying to fuel maybe the graveyard, but this gives us an open for Green Suns or Scavenging Ooze. Probably Rug midrange that happens to have a Taiga. Yeah, that's fair enough. I did thankfully make it to top 8, which is pretty cool. Hierarch. Okay. Put this back, but pay for this. Don't really care about the bird just yet. I guess it could be natural order, which then I probably want to deal with the sword, but they didn't have one. They missed a land drop last turn. Yeah, that definitely makes me want to try to deal with the bird maybe here. And I should have definitely done it in my turn when they're tapped out. Brainstorm lock, yeah. It's definitely food chain. I think I am going to... fetch here for black. I guess I don't need to get black. Could actually get Dryad Arbor, but... The question is, do I want to show that I'm on black, or just try to win this game on green-white? I'm going to go for Savannah. They're going to force this. Okay. And there's Miss Ollie Griffin. Okay. Interesting. That does at least put them off casting Food Chain this turn, which is nice. Imperial Recruiter. Okay. Ballista. Yikes. I probably still want to cast Script Ranger here because it gives me more mana next turn. Can maybe draw into Wasteland here. Abrupt Decay is pretty good. Abrupt Decay and Wasteland? Ah, I don't have the black mana. Yuck. It's definitely a reason to do it. Oh, Ooze is pretty good, but interesting. Okay. We can play Ooze. You can pretty much do everything here. They missed a land drop again as well. I think I take 8 and go to 7. Play this as my black source. Fetch down to 6. Go and get Bayou. Alright, let's think about this quickly. They're tapped out, so probably want to get as many creatures on board first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so let's go Ooze first. One. Two. I'm trying to think how I can effectively get more mana on the field before I cast the Abrupt Decay. I'm definitely eating the Uro. That's easy. I can actually do that in upkeep anyway off the Noble Hierarch. So let's just go. Knight. Eat Uro. I might as well eat something else. I'll eat the Bolt. Oh, I didn't mean to because I need to use the Abrupt Decay. Ah, rough. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I haven't untapped Noble yet. That's very true. Yeah. Sorry. I thought we used Script Ranger just there, but we didn't. So all good. That's more than fine. Yeah, we got heaps of time. Script Ranger, untap Noble, return the Forest. Decay this. And now if needed, I can use the Noble in their turn as well, which is nice, but... Cool. Food Chain's going to be tough. Food Chain's going to be an interesting one. Seeing that they're playing the Imperial Recruiters, I kind of want to bring in the Opposition Agents. I do like the Zealous looking at their board as well. I don't mind a choke. I probably want the Thoughtseizers, especially if I can grab a Food Chain. So that's probably like maybe. The Kaias are also interesting. I don't really want to be putting stuff in the Exile Zone other than Uro. But it also gets rid of like Birds of Paradise as well, which is nice. So I might actually consider it. Teeg can most likely come out. Oof stops Ballista. Not a fan of Zenith. It sits in hand a lot. Yeah, maybe we can just consider it as a card. Yeah, actually, maybe I was dead there. Denyum. Yeah, I think that Oof is an easy switch for Gaddock Teeg then. This probably isn't really the matchup for Hex Drinker. Maybe I don't need the Thoughtseizers. I don't mind Mum because it does protect Collector Oof. Yeah, yeah, they can just kill me with the Flyer, definitely. Yeah, I think Ramanap can probably come out in this matchup. I can probably go down on Thalias as well. Swords does seem bad, but if I can stop them from early mana accelerants, then I don't mind it. It's also just a nice way to deal with Uro, but yeah, maybe it's a case of taking them down to like 2. Engineer hits, I guess, little things like Imperial Recruiter and Birds of Paradise, but again, maybe not relevant. Maybe like Thoughtseize is just better than the Plagues. You'd cut Mum before any of those cards? Maybe I'm just over considering Mum's protection in this matchup. Yeah, maybe Engineer isn't what I want, and I do want the Thoughtseizers just to steal from their hand. And then maybe Mums I can at least trim on. I feel like Thoughtseize is always going to be pretty relevant. I guess we can see what removal they run, other than Walking Ballista. And then we can just bring in some cards like Choke can be relevant. And maybe the extra swords. Definitely tough though. I think it will just be, especially if I can slow down their starts. We did see Bolt, but hopefully my opponent goes after my mana instead. This is a tough one because we don't currently have any black mana. I think I want to mulligan this. Staticast is interesting. Yeah, I think there's a hand with a better 6, especially with the mana here. I do want to be able to cast my spells from the get-go, so not as great, but I will keep this. I'll probably just bottom the Caracas. Could also see the basic forest going, but I think this is fine. Hey, Free Thief. If you type deck list instead of deck, you'll definitely find it. I'd love them to go like basic forest into bird. Okay. Hey, thanks, Granham. I think I'm happy to go after their mana pretty aggressively here, so Savannah into Wasteland. Another bird. Okay. Thoughtseize. I don't mind Thoughtseize here. Up against Food Chain, it seems to be. They're going to brainstorm in response. That's fine. Hey, Ray. Welcome. Ah, Granham. Thanks for the raid. A huge thank you. I can see it above. Apologies. It was just in a mix of game 1. But thank you very much. Bolt and Food Chain. The Bolt's annoying, but Food Chain's obviously pretty good once it's on the field. I guess we do have Green Suns for Oof next turn, or if we get a turn, we can Green Suns for Knight of Autumn. Yeah, I think we still just take the chain, unfortunately. And then I just want to keep the green suns here. They probably do have a second one, but it's good to at least deal with one. Drew the oof. Okay. I feel like Wasteland puts us behind a little bit. I kind of want to keep this for Green Suns. This is currently game 2. I think Ooze is fine just to play. If it gets bolted, it gets bolted. It's not really a creature that I care about right now, which is nice. Opponent might even respect that and it's not bolted. Looks like they are going to. That's fine. We'll take the Brainstorm. Ice Fang's okay. Yeah, Deathrite would have been really nice in Food Chain. Recruiter. Yeah, it does mean you can like source the Plowshares or Abrupt Decay, which is nice. But it does stop the ping ability, which is good. But yeah, this is the sort of situation where I'd really like having an effect like Zealous Persecution. Screws is pretty nice here. I kind of feel it might just be Hex Drinker, which we took out. Okay. I still don't mind Knight. Hey, Connery. Hope you're well. Yeah, thankfully got up there. It might just be Tracker to try to grind some. At least it isn't affected by the graveyard, which is nice. But it doesn't really interact that well with Collector Oof, which is always tough as well. A little bit of touch and go. Just a land from our opponent. This is fine. They probably eat before damage. Okay. It's definitely a start. Let's tap like this to draw. Okay. If the last card's Ice Fang, the last card's Ice Fang, but I'm definitely not winning this match if I'm not applying pressure in some way. Okay. I think because of the clues as well, the Wasteland here is just better for us to have more mana. Thalia. Play a land. Trigger. Draw. wonder if I want to actually fetch for Dryad Arbor first, so I don't draw it. I think I do. Okay. Thalia. Could just have like Hardcast Force. Okay. I am gonna crack the clue here. Just to get that extra point of damage in. Never eat. Okay. Choke. Not the greatest here. Hey fish, welcome. Hope you're well. They do play Staticaster. Interesting. Is that death? 5, 6, 7? It is. Yeah. I think if I'm not attacking, it's not a great spot either, which is rough. That was game 2. Agents are interesting. Choke seems a little bit off. Kai is still okay. PE is interesting. I'm not too sure if it's better than something else in the deck. I think Oof is a little bit rough because even if they can't Walking Ballista us, they can still make a huge Walking Ballista and then just attack with it. I'm going to go down on 1 Thalia and 1 Sword. I could see PE being better than Sword number 3. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what Excavator is. Maybe like... Especially seeing they're a creature combo, I could see just going down to 2 Thalias and maybe making more room for cards like Ramanap. Like I think Ramanap's a bit better than Choke because at least it attacks, and Wasteland being online is pretty good. The thing that I don't like about Hex is that they play a bunch of removal, but with the mums in the deck, it's an interesting balance. Yeah, I think Kai is okay, because it deals with Uro, which is great. It deals with early birds, which is nice. This could just be a matchup where I don't want 3 Thalias. And I want the Choke. There we go. There we go. Would love to play first. And this hand isn't what I want. Okay. A little bit better. Flawless boarding. Yeah, that's what I call 2:53 AM boarding. I think I keep this in bottom the Cradle. Cradle's a nice payoff if the birds lives, but otherwise I can see a Bolt going for it. I think it's a keep in bottom the Cradle and just let the mana work itself. I could also see the Scoos actually going, because the Scoos isn't really something that I want from the opener. And it is a nice Green Suns target if I really want it. Same with Knight of Autumn, I guess. Tough one. Hey Franco, thanks for the Prime sub. A huge appreciation for that. We're definitely keeping it. I think it's the Cradle. Yeah. What time is it? Yeah, it's 2:53 on Sunday morning. Sadly, the Saturday challenge for us starts at around 9 p.m. This hand interacts okay with the combo if they play out a food chain, which is pretty nice. Okay. Pardon. I think ooze into night is fine. We got game 1, we lost game 2. Okay, this is fine. Everything is okay. I guess just hope they don't have force. Force pitch, yeah, force pitch bird. Okay. Destroy this. Nice. Get in for 2. Alright, that's a start. Waterlog Grove is fine. Yep. They get Ballista. Oh, and they had the rough. Tough, tough, tough. Tough times. Yeah, food chain's a tough one, but the dream is over. But it was pretty fun. Still cool to come back. Yeah. Enjoy your sleep? Yeah, definitely. 100%. I am sadly going to go to bed, Fish Duggery. I apologize. I would love to help out and do it for the greater good, but I am pretty wrecked. Is this game closing or not? Also, what happens now? Do I just leave the event, or do I just hit the X? Okay. I get prizes when the events end. I can close it all. Okay, cool. Well, okay. Decktech. Here's the deck I played. I thought it was pretty good. So we went food chain 1-2. I got my paper here. Round 1, BUG Hogaak 2-0. Round 2, Bant Breakfast 2-0. Round 3, Ant 2-1. Round 4, Rug Delver 2-1. Round 5, Grixis Delver 2-1. Round 6, Cephalid Breakfast 0-2. Round 7, Elves 1-2. Quarters Food Chain 1-2. What can you do? What can you do? A huge thank you to everyone who came in and watched. You definitely helped get me through, which is very cool. Always nice to play. I've never played a challenge before, so that was awesome to make top 8. I'm huge happy with that. Huge happy. What am I saying? But yeah, here's the list. I thought it was pretty solid. yeah, never played a challenge, so very cool to tick it off. The big thing was the time. I mean, it used to be just on Sundays, which was like 2 a.m. on Monday morning for us, so that was pretty tough. But a huge thank you, everyone. If you want to catch me live again, I'll be live on Tuesday night with some 7-Point Highlander, but then I'll be back probably on Thursday night with some Maverick. Yeah, definitely some Maverick, which should be pretty fun. Really wanted to see more of like the opposition agents. Didn't really see it. The Zealous Persecution was fantastic. I was a huge fan. Kaya we didn't really see either, but they are just one of, so give it time. I did record this all as well, so you can find that on my YouTube channel, which you can find here. Also, thank you to all of those who followed me on Twitch. I am so close to 2K Twitch followers, which is really cool. And you guys are getting me there. I am 51 away, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, enjoy your weekends. Thanks for tuning in. This has been really cool. But yeah, that's me. Let me see who else is streaming, and maybe we can go and send you guys over somewhere else. Vintage Legacy Arkan, nice. I can raid your friend playing goblins. 100% I can raid your friend playing goblins. That'd be very cool. Scatman, done. Let me quickly... Done. Twitch, Scatman. Nice. Very cool. Alright guys, take it easy. I will see you shortly. Enjoy your weekend, stay safe, and yeah, thank you very much again, everyone. Cheers.